4-game series after a 3-3 road trip. They welcome Michael Brantley and the red-hot Cleveland Indians. Indians coming off a 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Game 1 of 4, the Orioles and the Indians, is next. It's the Orioles on Macedon, back to Birdland. Come the Birds for this first of 4 against the Cleveland Indians. The first meeting for these two teams on the season. And a good Cleveland ball club that's looking for big wins to move up in their division. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome. Kind of a disappointing road trip for the Orioles to go 3-3 in a series that was all over the place, both in Kansas City and in Pittsburgh. And they come back with yet another change made in the roster. As happened last year, especially in the pitching department, lots of names coming and going. This time, it's the Orioles' former closer, Tommy Hunter, placed on the 15-day DL. It's a groin problem. There you see the record, the 11 saves. And Tommy was quick to say, no, whatever happened while I was in games closing, it was not because it was a groin problem. He said that wasn't there then, it's here now. Preston Guillemette comes up. He rejoins the Orioles from Norfolk. See the numbers he had in AAA. He was with the Orioles earlier. No runs in an inning and 2/3 pitched with 3 strikeouts. So Jim Palmer, again, we see more changes for a ball game.
Well, we do, and they're never. I actually thought they might make 2 changes because Brad Brack really saved the bullpen, pitching 4 innings, threw more pitches than he had at either AAA Norfolk or here in Baltimore, and really pitched very well, kept them in the game. Orioles almost came back and won that ball game after trailing 4-0 in the first inning. But they like Guillemette. I mean, he came in the 2 appearances. Tommy Hunter was not pitching well, and when you say him you can't go, just the way they play it here, they're not going to play short, and I don't see why they should. So I can't, and I think Buck Showalter talked about it, as you know, about 3 years ago. The reason we got Tommy Hunter, he won 13 games. The next spring hurt the groin. It was a couple of months. They don't want to exacerbate that and lose him for extended time.
Cleveland Indian ball clubs that come in here struggle against left-handers this season. They've got a bad record and not a good batting average, and Buck Showalter likes to match his pitchers against teams. So Chen was skipped. He will make the start in the ball game tonight. A lefty going against the Indians lineup that has a bunch of lefties in it.
Yeah, they have some guys, even the right-handers. RABURN last year hit 16 home runs. He's been struggling. Switcher's been struggling. A lot of guys, Santana, you know, a pull hitter, hitting and I guess as a team they're only hitting 222. So the thing you got to watch, though, is now you got to understand that they get him almost 7 runs a game. So you can see he pitches well early. He averages 17 pitches an inning. So as he gets through that 51 to 75, that's the middle innings. Now, they've usually had him a cushion. If they don't get him runs tonight, Justin Masterson could have come back with only 3 days rest. Those numbers are really important, but the way it's played out, and we saw it in Kansas City, early 2-0 lead. They went to O'Day in the 6th and the 7th inning because they had lost 4 games in a row. So for Chen, he needs to pitch well. He needs to do it early. They need to get him some runs, and then you just take your chances against Justin Masterson.
And Chen has averaged 5 2/3 inning a ball game. He'll try and stretch that out here in this one. After the thunderstorms have gone through, right now it is a beautiful evening here at the ballpark, and we are ready to play some baseball. It's the Indians and the Orioles when we come back. Baseball on MASN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Chapin Davis. Chapin Davis providing investments that can produce income from your retirement plan. Call to learn more, 800-222-3246 or at chapindavis.com. Back here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards as we get set to go. Take a look at our train game time temperature. It is 78 degrees. Winds blowing out a bit towards left and some clouds moving around. Visit trainsearch.com to find your local train comfort specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train. Really hard. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Indians, and a lot of hit streaks in here. BOURN, Cabrera, Brantley. You see he's got a 7-game streak. Raven, Swisher, Gomes, Santana, Murphy, and Mike Aviles getting the start at second base. 7-game streak for Michael Brantley.
And Wei Chen, 28-year-old left-hander out of Taiwan. So again, there are the numbers. Throws a lot of fastballs. Mixed in a couple of two-seamers, so that's about 12% of that 65%. Curveball, slider, and changeup. Changeup's up to 14%. So those are the numbers we talked about. More hits than innings, which is a little bit unusual, but he's kind of a control artist, only the 10 walks. The left-handers, and then that's why the slider is such important for him, and they're hitting over 412. Brantley, their hottest hitter, he is left-handed, so let's see how Wayan does. But again, collectively against left-handers, the Indians only hitting 222.
The Indians have loaded this lineup against the book, if you will. Terry Francona's looked at the numbers, said, hey, I'm going to believe they don't lie. I want left-handers against the left-hander. So Francona has he's got BOURN, Cabrera, switch hitter, Brantley, left-hander, Swisher, switch hitter, Santana, switch hitter, Murphy, left-hander. So he's going, as they say, against the book. But we've talked about it so much this year that so many numbers are opposite what you would expect them to be, that left-handers are having trouble getting left-handers out. We'll see if it happens tonight. Here is BOURN, and we are underway. Pitch will be taken inside for a ball. Michael BOURN, a 1 for 3 off Chen, who owns an 0-1 mark against the Indians. Little chopper. BOURN's got good speed. Played by Chen, and there's one away.
Yeah, take a look at the Orioles defense. The best probably in baseball, certainly in the American League. Lowe, Jones, Markakis. Jones and Markakis Gold Glovers. Machado, the platinum Gold Glover winner. Hardy's won a couple. Flaherty, Davis, Steve Clevenger, with Matt Wieters still on the disabled list, saying that the elbow feels a little bit better. Yet to test it.
ASDRUBAL Cabrera will stand in. He is the switch hitter. He's got a 3-game hit streak going. He has faced Chen 3 at-bats. Has an 0 for 3 against him. The Orioles put the shift on, and he'll swing through it. The 28-year-old left-hander for the Orioles, one appearance against the Indians prior to this, took a loss back in June of 2012. And that's the only outing he has had against Cleveland. And that is a strike call. Joe West, the veteran umpire in Major League Baseball, has the plate.
Yeah, he takes a look back at Joe West.
Generally, West has favored the hitters more than pitchers in his career with a strike zone. Fastball, bore that one in at 95.
Yeah, we don't see 95. I mean, his average fastball this year, it's been down a couple of ticks, about 90.6 miles per hour, which is about the Major League average. 2 years ago, you certainly wouldn't have lumped him in that category. He was a couple of miles over that.
0-2 delivery on the way, and a breaking ball that's going to miss inside. So the count goes 1-2 on ASDRUBAL Cabrera. This Tiger team coming off the 3 wins, a sweep of the Detroit Tigers. No small matter. They are 22-25, 7.5 games out though in their division. And a grounder that'll go to short. Hardy will get it on the third hop and record the out.
Well, they seem to be a very streaky team. You mentioned they won the 3 in a row against the Tigers. Needed wins, obviously, as you said. They're now 22-25, so they were not where they want to be after getting to the playoffs last year. But before that, they had lost 4 out of 5, and they don't play well on the road. That's why this is such a test. It's what, 7-14, and the team ERA is almost 5 runs a game when they play on the road. So we'll see how that plays tonight.
So 2 down, nobody on. Chen, one of those starters who generally does not have trouble in the first inning. He isn't somebody who gives up a lot of first inning runs. Only 2 first inning runs have been surrendered this season. He gets into trouble when he gets into that 4th and 5th innings of the ball game. Here is Brantley having himself a tremendous start to the season. 7-game hit streak coming into the ball game. He's had a couple of hits and 2 at bats off Chen. Orioles playing to pull. He will foul one off the other way, and quickly an 0-2 count. Well, there you see the strikeouts.
So again, Brantley, very short swing, does not strike out a lot. Martinez right up there, the contact hitter. And then Nick Markakis at the bottom, not the bottom list, bottom of that list, which is still the guys that put the ball in play. Well, you talk to everybody about Michael Brantley, and we've seen him. I mean, he's as I mentioned when we were in Pittsburgh, if he keeps hitting home runs, he's going to be a 5-tool guy because he's a defensive player, very good, got a really good arm, leads the American League with 5 assists, can steal bases, and now hitting for power.
And the delivery to him fouled away. Talked with Tito about him today, Terry Francona. But all right, what's going on? Brantley said it's just maturation. He's a legitimate talent who's only going to get better, and that's what he's done. He's moved up a level each season, and during a season has improved with what he does at the plate and in the field, and that's why they like him so much. I mean, he's just a developing, outstanding player. 1-2 delivery on the way, and again, it'll be fouled off the other direction. He's certainly putting it up in May, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Cabrera, and then Lonnie Chisenhall's a platoon player for him. I mean, he's been red hot. Cano out there on the West Coast, not into home runs, but the average certainly coming up.
Nobody knows he's even playing. Lost in Seattle. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way. And Brantley a roller. That'll go to first. Davis on the big hop will go to the bag. And Chen a solid first inning. Retires the side in order, all on ground balls. The Orioles will go against Masterson when we come back. Watching from Sykesville, Maryland, established back in 1904 in Carroll County, and it was a place where both the Union and Confederate armies marched through on 2 separate occasions through that town center, all part of Birdland. Great to have you with us. Here's the Orioles starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Their fares online only at southwest.com. Markakis, Machado, and Jones, Davis, Cruz, and Clevenger, Hardy, Flaherty, and Lowe a start. Manny a 6-game hit streak.
And that'll face Justin Masters. You can see a lot of fastballs, sinkers. He is 3rd in the American League in ground balls, fly balls, the breaking balls, the slider, occasional changeup. Not having the year that he had last year. He was 7-2 through his first 10 starts. This year he's 2-3. And he's pitching on a short day rest. But if he gets you to hit it, I mean, that's going to be the litmus test tonight. If the Orioles are hitting it on the ground, his sinker's sinking.
He has 62% of the outs coming on ground balls. He's among the top 3 in that regard in the league in ground ball outs. Pitch taken away by Nick Markakis. Nick in with the hit in each of the last 3 ball games, trying to move that average up to 300, and that's what he's doing, hitting at 293, 6 doubles, a couple of home runs for him, and that will be a foul ball. I also asked Terry Francona about Masterson, since he's only working on 3 days rest. Is there a pitch count? And he said, don't even have to worry about it with him. He says he'll tell me when things aren't working well, and that's when we'll make the move. He said, but he'll go as long as he feels comfortable and is effective. I'm not worried about the pitch count with him.
Yeah, there's his pitching coach, Mickey Callaway. He said the same thing. If he gets tired, the ball
could be a base hit, and it is. Markakis. We're going to have to take a look and see what his average is in his first at bats this year. He has consistently picked up a base hit first time up in the ball game to the Orioles.
Well, he brings a lot in the leadoff spot. I mean, he's not going to steal a lot of bases, even though he did steal one in the Pittsburgh series. But he just kind of fights this off. It almost looked like a cut fastball in 92. But the one thing Nick can do is he can center the ball. He's not in for a lot of power. He did hit a couple of home runs here. He just makes. He's able to make contact, and he gets on for a guy that's hitting very well.
Manny Machado with that 6-game hit streak. Manny shows bunt, wanted to drop one down for a base hit right there as he had Santana back at third, but did not get the bunt down. 234 with the 3 RBIs on the season for Manny, now with the 77 at bats coming into the ball game. He has struck out only 13 times, 5 walks, putting the ball in play. Infield, a double play depth for the Indians, and Masterson's pitch will mix down and in. This is only the 2nd game ever in Masterson's career where he has pitched on 3 days rest. He was non-decisioned in a start years ago in a 3-day rest ball game, so this is really all new territory as a starter. That'll go to short. Taylor made. Aviles. And there's the double play.
Yeah, take a look at the Indians defense. 47 errors in 47 games. Brantley, Bourne, and Murphy. Santana, Cabrera, Aviles, Swisher over at first, and Yan Gomes from Brazil doing the catching for the Indians. Well, they kept that pace up. They were 43 errors in 43 games, even though they did sweep the Tigers.
They've given up 31 unearned runs this season. The errors have cost them.
And
Adam Jones coming up.
And the Tigers, they lost again today, so they now have a 4-game losing streak.
We have the Nick Markakis number, his average, first at bat of a ball game. I mean, you talk about a crew that's coming off a road trip, hyped and ready to fire. He's 16 for 39. He's batting .410. Nick Markakis is in first at bats in a ball game. And that pitch is taken up high for a ball. Adam had his hit streak ended at 14. He is 5 for 23 off the Indians' 29-year-old right-hander. And a 2-0 count. They get one to drive. Fouled it off outside of third. 2-1.
When it starts up just above the knees, that's when you're going to get the ground balls. So as long as he's able to live in that location, he's probably going to be tough for the Orioles. And we saw that last year, even though he did not beat the Orioles last year. It had a high earned run average. I think he had them shut out for at least pitched 3 shutouts as it was last year. 3 shutout complete games.
2-1 delivery in the way. Lifetime against the Orioles. He is Justin Masterson at 6-5, ERA of 4.8. He went 0-2 last year with an ERA of 8.5. So he's had trouble against the O's in here at Camden Yards. He has won 2 and lost 3. This is the 8th game and 6th start for him at Camden Yards. Justin Masterson's delivery, and Jones will take it the other way down the line, and that's foul.
Yeah, take a look at these numbers, and I mean, the Orioles lose 4 out of the 7 games, but they win in almost every category. So a lot of close games. I mean, they score more runs, they hit better with runners in scoring position, more home runs. Yet the Indians win 4 out of the 7.
And the 2-2 delivery on the way, and Jones will take it down low. So Adam works him, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Buck Showalter was asked before the game, well, look, you got Masterson on 3 days rest. You're going to try and take more pitches, try and work him so you can get to the bullpen. And he says, well, it's kind of up to Masterson. If he throws strikes, we got a swing. Big hopper to short. Quick throw by Cabrera's on time, so both pitchers start out facing only 3. The Orioles, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. And unlike last night at Pittsburgh, we're not even an hour and a half into the game. Both teams getting it done in a hurry on the mound. And a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in our ball game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Good news today. There is a new arrival. That is Colt LeBlanc Duquette, born at 1 a.m. Dan Duquette, Vice President of Baseball Operations, GM of the O's. He and his wife Amy. And actually, let's give credit to Amy.
Yes.
Because really, that's where the effort was. And healthy baby and mom, 7 pounds, 13 3/4 inches long, 19 3/4 inches long, and they now have a team. If you add mom and dad, they've got a full slate of 9 to go. So look out, American League Baseball.
Is Colt a right-hander or left-hander?
We don't know that yet. We're still checking. Haven't offered the bottle yet. As soon as we do, we'll know.
Dan was talking to Buck Showalter, and he said Amy was a little critical of his driving. And we can understand why that was, because they were also deciding which roster move they were going to make. At the same time, Amy was having the baby.
And he's here today.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
I mean, Dan was down there around the batting cage.
Colt's right with him.
Colt's?
Yeah, he's scouting. He's going to be a junior scout.
Colt is ready to go. Dan and Amy, congratulations. That's great. Beautiful baby. Wei and Chen's delivery, and that will be taken down low. Ryan Raburn is the designated hitter in the ball game. Chisenhall has done a lot of that, and he's been extremely good at it. Raburn gets it against the left-hander, and the 1-2 delivery on the way. As we said, the Cleveland Indians are 5-11 against left-handed starters. Not a good record. Jim mentioned that .221 batting average against lefties, while they hit .267 off right-handers, so a significant difference. Raburn will put that one up in the air to left field. That one is very deep and at the wall, and goodbye home run. So the designated hitter delivers the long ball. Raburn gets it, and the Indians take a 1-0 lead here in the second inning.
Well, we mentioned he hit 16 of them last year, and I mean, this is why they got him. They got him from the Tigers, and he had years 15, 16 home runs. That's his first of the year. You can see where the glove is. Ball just cuts right over the middle side. And watch Wei and Chen. He's not even going to look at this one, because this is Camden Yards. So good swing, good hittable pitch, and again, they've won 3 in a row. They got 43 hits in their last 3 wins.
That is the 9th RBI, and that is the 4th home run off Wei and Chen. All have been hit by the right-handers. And that'll bring up Nick Swisher, familiar face to Oriole fans, different uniform. Pitch taken outside. The switch hitter's got a 3-game hit streak coming in for Swisher against the Orioles. This is the 103rd game that he has played against the Orioles, all the years playing with the Yankees. He's a .242 career hitter against Baltimore, with 24 lifetime home runs against the Orioles. 18 of them hit in this ballpark.
No, he loves to play here. So if he's ever in a slump, he just likes dial up Camden Yards. And the numbers really kind of reflect the kind of hitter he is. He does hit home runs, usually anywhere from 20 to 30. He walks a lot. His on base percentage against the Orioles, along with those 24 home runs, at .354, which is where you want it to be. And he makes you throw strikes.
One of the great on base percentage players. Chen has given up a couple of hits to him in 11 at bats in their careers, and after the home run, Chen falls behind. A 3-ball 1-strike count. Lowe had to go retrieve a ball that fell out in the outfield and left, so that's the delay here momentarily.
Well, they came through the A's organization. He had a year at AAA Sacramento that was typical Moneyball. He walked 100 times, he struck out 100 times, and he hit 30 home runs.
That'll work. That ball's going to go to center. Adam Jones will back up a couple of steps, and he will put it away. 1 away here in the second inning. Tomorrow night, this is tomorrow night, after the Orioles take on the Indians at 7:05, a great fireworks display for all of you fans to enjoy, lighting up the skies of downtown Baltimore. Nothing says summer in Birdland like fireworks night here at the park. Get your tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. That's tomorrow night for the fireworks after the game. And we should note, and we'll do so a number of times here, about the schedule. Now, we got the ball game tomorrow night. Saturday is an early day game at 12:35. 12:35 game time on Saturday, and 1:35 on Sunday. That's on Masson and WJZ. And the pitch will be taken. The college activity. next door, we'll have a lot of people coming downtown. So lacrosse Final Four is going to be played here, and that's why the ball game is being played early.
And weather's supposed to be terrific. Good day to stroll through the Inner Harbor. Probably won't be able to drive.
Couldn't drive today. Graduations were going on downtown.
Yeah, we come the same way.
Yes, we do.
It took a little longer.
It takes a long time when you're not moving. Gomes has hit in 3. He's 5 for 11, and the pitch is taken inside for a ball. But it was an occasion to watch all the graduates parade by on the sidewalk, which had to make you smile. Kids were, parents were. Big day, obviously. 2 ball, 1 strikeout on Yan Gomes.
Yeah, no more tuition checks. Yes.
Bigger day for the parents.
Yeah.
That's going to be a base hit into left field. He got one up and he didn't miss it. So Gomes is on with a 1-out single.
Well, we told you about the batting averages, and for Wei and Chen, they have encouraged him starting last year. Scotty McGregor, the bullpen coach, and they do the sides. You have to use all your pitches, and if you throw just about 70% fastballs, that's why the changeup. When you use it, it looks like it. It's effective. It slows the bat down. And let me tell you something. Their bats are on. I mean, other than the first inning, every ball hit hard here in the second. So, I'm sure that Tyban Berkeley was saying, hey, wait a minute, he's not getting anything over. Let's just sit on the fastball, and they're getting fastballs to hit.
Here is Santana. Carlos Santana playing at third base tonight. He works his way around. Not having anywhere near the year so far, at least, that he had last season. He had a tremendous offensive year. He was 7th in doubles, 2nd in walks, and batting average, and all over the place. He led the ball club offensively in a lot of categories this year. Not yet. Down to third. Manny Machado. Another Machado stop. Here's the throw, and he got him. Davis on the pick at first base, and a big defensive play to help Chen.
Yeah, I mean, this is not only did he win the platinum, the best defender of all the Gold Glove guys, but watch him now. He looks at Santana, and I don't think it looked like he got the ball stuck in his glove. I just think he knew he had some time. So again, this is a double. Now it's an out. The minute he gets up, takes his time, gets his feet underneath him, takes a look how far hit the line, because Santana, being a right-handed hitter, former catcher, catches on occasion. Not a lot of speed, throws him out.
So now runner at second base with 2 down, and here's David Murphy. Murphy will take it for a strike. You're looking at the leading hitter in the American League with runners in scoring position. He's hitting .444, even ahead of Miguel Cabrera. But he has struggled against the left-handers, which is why he's hitting down in the order. 220 off lefties and 324 off righties. And he will chop that one foul, and quickly Chen gets ahead of him 0-2.
Yeah, it kind of plays to the numbers we showed you. Lefties coming in 412. So we'll see who wins this battle. Certainly, now you're at a point where David Murphy, big tall guy, got a tremendous leverage, and he's been red hot. 356 lifetime hitter against the Orioles with power.
0-2 count. Not a big lead at second for Gomes. And a little chopper. Chen will get over. He will take it to the bag himself. And that will end the inning. But a run in on a couple of hits with a base runner left on. The home run by RABURN gives the Indians a 1-0 lead. It's a beautiful early summer evening here in Baltimore. The Indians with the early lead. Take a look at our Jeep Inside the Numbers. We were talking about ground balls.
Well, there you go. And I actually think, because pitching's, Jim Cott's talked about this for 35, 40 years, feel and touch. So maybe Masterson, whose velocity's been down this year, will actually just find his release point. That's what the way it looked like in the first inning. Markakis with a base hit to start the game, and then all of a sudden the ground ball double play, another grounder, and you're out of the inning.
Masterson will work against Davis, Cruz, and Clevenger. Chris Davis, a 4 for 13 with a home run, lifetime off Masterson. Now with the 6 home runs, 21 RBIs that night in Pittsburgh. Changed all those power numbers around for him. Masterson has struggled on the road, 0 for 2, 4 games away, a 5.55 ERA in road games. The Orioles would like to keep that up against him in this one. Big shift on. That one hit in the air to right. It's an Adam ball. Murphy's right there. And Davis retired.
Yeah, if you're going in, that ball was down, and he just dropped the bat. It's a little fortunate for Justin Masterson. The way they've been pitching him is up and in. And again, when you're a sinker baller, even though he does have a 4-seam fastball, that's what Markakis fought off into right field. But that's the danger zone where he just lucked out on that line drive to this right fielder.
Nelson Cruz continues his magnificent MVP start for the Orioles. He's in the DH role tonight. David Lowe's getting a shot in left field. Lowe's got good numbers off Masterson and certainly needs some playing time.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. I mean, look at the numbers of the last 5 games over the course of this year. I mean, a nice road trip, 8 for 25. He hit 3 home runs, drove in 8. So now all of a sudden, with the, other than the absence of Matt Wieters, the Oriole lineup that they projected is getting to play almost every day.
He is second in home runs, only 1 behind Abreu, who is injured with the White Sox. Abreu 15 and Cruz has got 14. He's second in RBIs with 41. Abreu leads with 42. So Nelson a real chance to take over the lead spots, and he's got another base hit. That'll go to right field. Got one up and drove it, and the Orioles get their second hit, this one with 1 away.
Yeah, this is what we've seen. If you pitch him away, I mean, hit the home run in Kansas City for the 2-1 victory, up and out over the plate against Giordano Ventura, one of the hard throwing right-handers, but tremendous leverage, power to all fields. At the cage today, I said, how's that long-term deal coming? I said, you need a
really well
aging agent.
Would you need another 2 agents? How about you have 2? Pitch will be taken outside for a ball.
Safety and numbers.
Safety and numbers. We'll get the spot check everything. You want to have a cross checker, and as far as an agent's concerned, so we'll do that for you. Clevenger doing the catching in the ball game. Masterson, the left-handers that hit him at a 318 clip, and the right-handers only 186, so a divergent difference. So Clevenger gets the start behind the plate.
Yeah, he dominates right-handers, and again, he's 6'6". I mean, about 250 pounds. If you're right-handed, he's throwing.
Another one could be a double play. Aviles will go to Cabrera, who'll come across, and there's 2. 2 innings, 2 double plays. That'll take care of that one. No runs on 1 hit. No errors, nobody left. Masterson facing only 3 in each of the first 2. On Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Luna. For beautiful new carpet, hardwood, and laminate, call 877-241-LUNA. Boston lost again today. They've now lost 7 in a row. Toronto beat them. Here comes Toronto. Bautista 3 for 5, 2 RBIs. Burley's now 8-1. Lester, the loser, is 4-6. Texas beat Detroit today 9-2. Chu had a 1 for 3 and a couple of RBIs. Cabrera with the Tigers 2 for 4 and a ribby. Darvish got the win though for the Rangers 4-2. Ray took the loss. He is 1-1. Tonight, after a blown save by Grant Belfour, top of the 11th inning, the A's have taken a 2-1 lead over Tampa Bay. Cespedes, a sac fly, has put him on top. Cobb came back for Tampa Bay, worked 6 2/3 innings, gave up no runs on 3 hits. But Belfour, blown save, top of the 9th inning, 2nd out of 10 for Belfour. And Tampa Bay cannot score a run.
Well, that's Alex Cobb could pitch, so that's one of their starters back. They won't get more back because of the Tommy John, and I guess Hellickson with the elbow problems, the chips being taken out, is working his way back. But will he be able to pitch like he did 2 years? Because last year his ERA was over 5 runs a game.
And will it be in time?
Yeah.
Fouled back as Aviles is up. Mike Aviles, their second baseman. Kipnis on the DL is their regular second baseman, but Kipnis is about set to come back. Aviles has done, according to Terry Francona, a really good job at second base for them. He reaches up on that one and fouls it away.
Well, he's a player, and we got to see him a lot when he was playing for the Red Sox. Pull hitter, 261 hitter against left-handers. In fact, all his home runs are against the right-handers. Let's see if Chen can get it in.
He is 0 for 8 off Chen. Plunks that one souvenir side of the foul pole down the line.
So, you've set him up for a changeup. Try to stay just on the right side of it. Turn the ball over a little bit. And see if you can get him out on his front foot.
Delivery on the way, and boy, did he reach on that one and somehow fouled it off the end of the bat. Dropped it right at the plate on a little tip.
Yeah, well, he's an inside three-quarter hitter. If you can get it, this is not a changeup, it's a fastball, but you can see it's right on the outside corner. And maybe Aviles told Joe West, I don't like country music. He didn't want to get called out.
Got that one in the air to left field. Low going back. Thinks he's got room. And he was right. Aviles now 0 for 9 lifetime off Chen. Starting tomorrow, Masson is celebrating Social Media Weekend at Camden Yards. All weekend long, Masson will be on site. They'll be on Utah Street rewarding fans with great prizes. So go to Masson Orioles Facebook and follow at Masson Orioles on Twitter and learn how you can win. Wei and Chen after that ball went up in the air.
Yeah, well, this is the kind of ballpark that gets that. It's like Fenway. Your heart starts beating irregularly. Now at Fenway, when you're a visitor, everybody stands too. That kind of exacerbates the whole thing. So it's a telltale heart. Poe, Baltimore, Camden Yards,
Raven,
the Raven. Yeah,
well, all comes together now. And a swing and a miss by BOURN, who grounded out his first time up. Infield has to move in a little bit on him, not just for the bunt, but with that speed that he has. He'll back up now with the 0-2 and the delivery, and that'll be a swinging bunt, and that's a base hit if it stays fair. It does. Yep. So he gets that one to stay up on the grass, and BOURN's got himself a single with one down in the third.
Yeah, nice little slider, and sometimes you get lucky. Really good pitch. It's the kind of swings you want. You just
move.
Oh, Manny. Played soccer in Miami growing up.
So a runner at first base with one away, and here is Cabrera, who grounded out his first time up. Stolen base wise, 30 for 37, the Indians on the year. They've got a number of people who will run. 3 out of 6 for BOURN. That one put up in the air towards the gap. Markakis is over. Nick's got it. Cabrera's retired. back to first, BOURN, 2 down. On Saturday, join the Orioles for a special 12:35 start time with the Birds taking on these Indians. The holiday weekend afternoon showdown. Get your weekend underway. Start it right here at the ballpark. Gather up family and friends. Get your tickets at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. That's 12:35 for the Saturday game. Game 3 of this 4-game set. Here is Brantley, who rounded out his first time up. The Indians come in ranked 10th in average and 7th in runs in the American League. Good on base percentage, 3rd. They draw a lot of walks. Their pitching is 10th. Their starters are ranked 13th. Their bullpen's been good. 3rd best ERA in the American League. It's been getting through the starters. And Terry Francona came to the point where they were falling 7 or 8 games behind, and they made some moves. 2 of their original starters are gone for ineffectiveness. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way. Lash, that's a base hit down the line. Markakis will chase. BOURN going to 3rd. They're going to wave him on home. Here he comes. Relay throw at the plate is not in time, and over to 3rd base goes Brantley. A double and an RBI for Brantley in a 2-0 Indians lead.
So again, the numbers, the lefties coming in. But take a look. Location of the ball on the plate. But this is what they've been talking about. This is how he's hitting home runs. Able to get the front arm and the bat head to the ball. So he takes the ball off the plate inside, hits it over the bag. That's not where you play if you're Chris Davis. And then BOURN, long way, throw a little bit offline by about 2 feet.
Clevenger couldn't snag it. All the way over to 3rd base. Brantley, who'll be credited with a double. No, they're going to give him a triple. Wow. So Brantley's going to be credited with a triple and an RBI. That is his first triple of the year and his 37th run batted in. Brantley is right now 6th in the league in RBIs. So he's a 3rd. That was a big 2-out blow. And here's RABURN, who had the home run his first time up, his first of the year. That's 4 hits for the Indians. 0-2.
Yeah, that seems, and you talked about the fact, I mean, look at this. Maybe if you pitch a long time, you realize sometimes you throw too many strikes. And he's been getting it. So I think he's been pitching behind tonight. He a lot of pitches in the center of the plate. And the other thing is, when, at least this is a personal note, when I used to get extra days, I found it harder sometimes to have as much movement or maybe locate the ball. And I think that's what we're seeing. Now, I understand why they do it, because for some reason they think it helps them. The numbers present, because they're not supposed to hit left-handers as well. What, 5 and 11, as you said? Low batting average at .221, but that's not the case yet tonight.
0-2 delivery, that gets away. Another run is going to score. Clevenger's flip will not be in time.
Well, that ought to be a pass ball. I don't know. They'll probably score it as a wild pitch, but that is a ball that Steve Clevenger usually, but didn't block. It's just a curveball. You know it's coming. Do not let it get. So he just comes up. If the glove is on the ground, and if you were watching Tony Sanchez of the Pirates last night, a tutorial on how you block the plate, and then Chen doesn't cover home plate. I guess he assumed the ball. You never assume anything, but he assumed it was going to be blocked, and it wasn't.
Called a wild pitch. 3-0 lead. Boy, that's a gimme right there. And the pitch to RABURN is taken inside. So the Indians finding ways to get runs here. The homer by RABURN, the triple by Brantley. A wild pitch brings him home, and Francona's ball club continuing to score. A 3-0 lead. Chen's delivery and a swing and a miss, and RABURN is retired. First strikeout for Chen, but 2 more runs added on 2 hits and a wild pitch. 3-0 Cleveland. From Glenn Burney's won 500 for being selected. You get 500 more for every Orioles home run hit tonight. Play the Orioles scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery for your chance to be a contestant of the game. Win a trip to see the O's play at Wrigley or to the MLB World Series. Learn more at mdlottery.com/Orioles. With Jim Palmer, I'm Gary Thorne here on this Thursday night as the bobblehead collection displays itself on the beautiful backdrop here of the setting sun. 3-0 as Chen giving up the 3 runs, 4 hits, and 1 wild pitch. Masterson now will work against J.J. Hardy. He's faced only 3 each of the first 2 innings and gotten 2 double plays.
You talked about it, 3rd and double in ground balls. Last year, nobody threw more ground balls in the American League than Justin Masterson. 3 complete game shutouts. The 3 complete games led the American League.
And Hardy on a swing and a miss. Hardy's had a 4 for 16 lifetime off Masterson. Hardy, Flaherty, and then David Lowe, bottom 3rd of the order for the Orioles. And JJ's ground ball will go all the way to short. Cabrera, and a nice play made by Swisher, who had to come off the bag to get it. 1 away. Our Jeep inside the numbers. Swing and miss.
Yeah, these are the guys that makes the most, well, outside of the strike zone, but in Kansas City, and we saw them, boy, they put the hack attack on you. I guess the numbers that really surprise you are the Yankees and the Red Sox, especially the Red Sox. Maybe that's why they're losing, because normally they do not swing at pitches outside the strike zone.
Yep. Make you throw strikes historically down the line. That's going to be a fair ball. Flaherty on his way to second base. And the Orioles second baseman, Brian Flaherty, delivers a 1-out double here in the 3rd.
Well, I asked him today, I said, are you playing? He said, yeah. He said, Masterson pretty nasty. And I said, well, then just hit a couple of doubles to left. And they're really trying to make a conscious effort of staying inside the ball, not becoming a pull hitter unless the count allows you. That way, you put the shift on, go ahead. And we saw, some of the key plays last night when we saw Ike Davis on a hit and run go the other way. And he's a pull hitter with the shift on. So you can get that batting average more where you like it if you use the whole field.
Flaherty's now 3 for 6 off Masterson, and here's David Lowe, who's got the same number off the right-hander, and he will take the pitch for a strike. The Orioles have moved back into first place average-wise with runners in scoring position. They're at 287. They are number 1, and that's why over the last 5 they've hit .412 in these situations. Only 1 down in the dirt, and Lowe will take it.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. The Indians actually have scored 1/10 more run a game. Orioles have come to about 3.8 with the last game in Kansas City and the 2 games in Pittsburgh. But the on base percentage, 330 versus 311 for the Orioles, and then the stolen bases.
1-1 delivery on the way, and a swing and a miss on the tailing pitch down. Masterson has had problems with runners in scoring position this season. Opposing teams are hitting .315 against him in these situations. He's one of those guys where the numbers go up. Bases empty, real good. Runners on base, okay. Runners in scoring position, not so good. Fouled off by Lowe. And it'll stay at a ball and 2 strikes. Lowe's trying to get some at-bats, and this is his 22nd start in left field, with Cruz going back to the DH role tonight. It's been kind of hard for Buck Showalter, especially in the National League games, to get some of these guys in that he'd like to have some at-bats for.
Well, they like David Lowe because he can steal bases. He's got 4 for 4.
Got him on a tailing pitch.
But he says, I feel good swinging, but again, the results at 175 and 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position don't indicate that. And this is just a sinker. You think it's going to be on the plate, bottom drops out, and you got to protect with 2 strikes. Couldn't get to it.
So now a runner at second with 2 down, and that will bring up Nick Markakis. Nick hitting .267 with runners in scoring position, and that .297 average overall. He had the base hit leading off the ball game for the Orioles, and he will take the pitch, and it will miss for a ball. So the Orioles trying to get one back here as they trail the Indians by a score of 3-0, hitting in the bottom of the third inning. Flaherty the double at second. Masterson 6 out of 10 first pitch strikes so far in the ball game as he goes through the order for the second time. A little too long for Nick, will stand out. Markakis having a solid May, hitting over 284 now with a couple of home runs this month. That'll go to the hole. It'll be knocked down by Santana. Nice play. And another ground ball out. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. A base runner left on, 3 complete. Here at Camden Yards, Indians lead it. It was October 5, 1996. Randy Myers would be on the mound for the Orioles, and it would be Omar Vizquel, bottom of the 12th. That strikeout sealed the Orioles' 4-3 win. Roberto Alomar's solo home run had pulled the Birds ahead in the 12th. They advanced to the American League Championship Series against the Yankees. 1996.
Some familiar faces in there. Davey Johnson managing that ball club.
Part of the 60th anniversary celebration of the Orioles here in Baltimore.
Yeah, and then a guy you saw when you were doing the Met games, Jesse Orozco, on that Oriole team. Pivotal part of the bullpen.
Doug Sisk and Orozco, lefty righty, out.
Randy Myers, what, 46 out of 47 saves that year.
And Swisher will go after the first pitch and put it in the air. Davis coming over will not have a play on it. Chen is now thrown 11 out of 14 first pitch strikes. Swisher, Gomes, and Santana.
Well, 38 strikes and 14 balls out of his 52 pitches. And he does it. Pitches count is up about a pitch an inning, and there's another ball that's elevated in the middle of the plate.
Swisher's on with a base hit to lead off the 4th, so the leadoff man on for the second time in 4 innings in the ball game off Chen. Now time for all fans to tweet their photo using hashtag #MASSandFanPhotos for a chance to have it shown in a future broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T.
The way of the world right there.
Nobody out, runner on. Gomes picked up a base hit. His first time up. That's 5 hits now off Wei and Chen. 9th start for Chen. The Orioles 6-2 in the games he has started. And that pitch is right there for a strike. Gomes now with a 4-game hit streak after picking up that base hit in the second inning. Chen up to 54 pitches thrown in the ball game. Here's the 0-1 delivery and a big cut, and he was late.
Yeah, Gomes gets traded from Toronto for Ismael Rogers, actually with Mike Aviles, and Aviles, and what a year he had. Hit over 290, hit some home runs. When he caught, their ERA was a little over 3.5 runs a game. Threw out 38% of the runners that tried to steal. It's a nice little acquisition.
Take it inside. Speaking of acquisitions, the changes not only for the Orioles today on their roster, but Cleveland too. TJ House was called up from AAA. He's going to be the starting pitcher tomorrow. Mark Lowe up from Columbus, his contract purchase. Zach McAllister's gone on the 15-day IL with a lower back strain. Kyle Crockett optioned to Columbus, and Nyjer Morgan transferred to the 60-day DL. So the Indians also moving a lot of people around. The Orioles will see TJ House tomorrow, 24-year-old. Major League debut is on May 17 in relief at Oakland. He's got a 2.40 ERA, 9th in the International League. And Terry Francona said, you know, we're in a situation with our young players where it's not, oh, we got to throw a young player. I wonder what's going to happen. It's, boy, I can't wait to see him because we think they're really good. And we're happy to have them up here and give them a chance to pitch because we want to see what they can do. That ball will go to second. A tailor-made Flaherty. That'll go to Hardy. And that's the double play.
Yeah, hit it well, but again the shift to some degree, or at least playing the tendencies, not where you stack the whole thing. So you can see him playing up the middle, and almost like he didn't see it very well. Came behind the umpire, hit the side of the mound, but Ryan stayed with it. Easy 4-6-3. Boy, you love that.
So the Keystone combination gets it done for the Orioles.
Yeah, you want to get in the dugout and tell your guys to get you some runs, something they've done all year for him. 6.8 average in the games he's pitched.
Santana will put the ball in the air to right field. Markakis going back, warning track, and he's got room, and he will put it away. And that's the inning. No runs, one hit, no errors, and nobody left on. Orioles down, the Honda do-ups. Manny Machado, Adam Jones, Chris Davis to try and get back into this 3-0 ball game. Say what? Keystone is the, and I did not know this until I looked it up today, the wedge-shaped piece at the summit of an arc, like the St. Louis Arch, and you look at the top and there's a piece right in the middle, kind of holds everything together. Well, if you think of second base on the baseball diamond, that's where it's located. So it's called the Keystone Sack, and the second baseman and shortstop are the Keystone combination. That's where that term comes from.
And the arch, the arch would be if you went right around, and they're right at the top. So there we go. There's the Keystone over there and there. Well, move closer. Come on, get together.
Get in our picture. Cooperate. Here's Manny Machado. 3-5-0 for the Indians. 0-3-0 for the Orioles. Each team has left one. Going to the bottom of the fourth inning. Justin Masterson's pitch. Owl. Machado fouled that one off.
And you notice the conventional defense, I mean conventional the way we see it, because of the way Manny sprays the ball. In fact, the last two hitters, I mean, it's just a sinker, and he's going to hit it down right on top of that protector, but it still hurt. Or maybe it wasn't a protector. maybe the top of the shoe. Yeah, he missed. So Manny with, of course, it's a young season for him because he missed 26 games. 6 hits to left, 7 and 5. Now Nick Markakis, no shift for him. 18, 23, 12. Uses the whole field.
And Machado comes right back and socks one to center. So Manny's on in a 7-game hit streak, and the Orioles have a leadoff single here in the 4th inning. On Sunday, when the O's host the Indians at 1:35, the first 20,000 fans 15 and over will receive an Orioles Ripcord bracelet. Celebrate Memorial Day weekend with this fun new promotional item, proudly made in the USA. Create new Birdland memories. 60th anniversary season. You can be part of it. Tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Big 4-game set here. The Orioles pick up hit number 4 off Masterson. 3 singles and a double. Adam Jones grounded out his first time up. Shows bunt for a base hit and fouls it off.
Yeah, and we've seen Manny do it, and we've now seen Adam Jones do it. Santana playing very deep. So you would think, because you did it on the first strike, that they would come in a little bit, but I'm not sure that's going to be the case. Santana still, I mean, look, you would think he'd come in at least even with the bag. If not, drop another one down. You need base runners with Davis on deck.
Masterson with an eye at first on Machado. Here's the 0-1. Wow, you saw how much that moved. Jones still can't believe it. I mean, he turned away from the pitch, and it was a called strike by Joe West.
Well, it's actually a hanging slider, but it stays off the middle of the plate. You can see it got the top corner of the strike zone, but because it was thrown at him, almost like a backup breaking ball, I think he thought maybe because the spin wasn't very tight, it was going to stay inside.
Then came back in with the pitch with a little mustard on it at 90. And a 1-ball 2-strike.
Yeah, it looks like he's really doing a nice job to this point of adding and subtracting. We've seen 92 4-seamer. We've seen 88, 89 the ground ball pitch. A 2-seamer.
Way outside. Good work by Gomes to go out and get it. Remember, Masterson coming off his last outing on just the 3 days rest. And see how far he can go. He pitched against Oakland. 4 1/3 innings, 7 runs, 7 hits in that ball game through 70 pitches in a rout by Oakland, 13-3. 2-ball 2-strike delivery and back inside again. This one is going to miss, and the count's 3-2. So Jones, any way it comes here, try and get on base. Adam this month hitting .298. He's got 5 home runs in the month of May. He'll take a walk if he can get one. 3-2 pitch down to third and foul. With some really sad news for baseball today. The Prince Fielder's done for the season. He's going to have surgery on a herniated disc in his neck. And Jonathan Profar, they're saying, may also miss the rest of the season. He has re-injured his shoulder. So 2 more big names suffering serious injuries. Erickson, Profar, and Prince Fielder. Jones 3-2 for the second time. Playing to pull in the infield, and a chopper to short. Cabrera, Aviles off balance, no chance. Had no way to make the pivot properly, and so it'll be a fielder's choice. 1 down and 1 on. When the Orioles win, everyone wins all season long. When the Orioles win and score 5 or more runs, you get 50% off. Regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com by entering promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, valid at participating Baltimore area Papa John's. Chris Davis flied out to right his first time up. Runner at first, Jones, and the pitch in there for a strike. Lifetime against Cleveland, only a .222 batting average for Chris. He does have 3 home runs against the Indians. Swisher over there having a word with Adam Jones. And that one in the air, center field, going back, BOURN. He's got room. 400 feet away. He'll make the catch. Jones heads up, will tag and make it into second base with 2 down.
Yeah, really heads up base running. You know, good read. If it goes out of the ballpark, anywhere but center field, it would have. And he can still tag up and score, but now into scoring position. And as you look at the scoreboard, the Orioles certainly need to get something on the board.
Orioles 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position so far in this ball game. Jones at second, and Cruz, who has picked up a base hit, will get the chance. Nelson coming in, continuing to be among the league's best DH hitters, 5th in average, 3rd in home runs, 2nd in RBIs as a DH. BOURN back again, warning track, and again hauls it in. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors on a base runner, left on 2 stranded so far by the O's. To you by PNC Bank for the achiever in you, and by AT&T, mobilizing your world. Tommy Hunter on the DL today with the groin problem, here watching the ball game in the dugout with the Orioles. And added to the roster today was Preston Guillemette. Now, he was acquired from the Indians in April in a trade with the Orioles. He made his major debut with the Indians in July of last year. So here he is called up in a 4-game series against his former team.
Yeah, and he was very impressive in the 2 appearances back to back. Of course, Buck Showalter, because he goes, what do they know that we didn't? Well, nothing yet.
Slashed foul, David Murphy. Murphy, Aviles, and BOURN. Murphy grounded out his first time up. Has that 7-game hit streak going.
Actually had a curveball to hit and just kind of rolled over it. There's a little slider, maybe a changeup. Not a lot of good. I mean, the arm action, he just doesn't throw it enough to feel comfortable with it. But boy, from seeing so many left-handers that I pitch with, from Cuellar to McNally to McGregor to Flanagan, it becomes such an important part of your arsenal. Even Eric Bedard. Ray Miller taught him, to the arm side of the plate, that outside corner to righties.
That one he got in. Jones right at him. And misjudged, but found it.
Yeah, Hoyt Wilhelm right there. A little knuckleball. Thought it was going to go to his right and then knuckle to his left.
Perfectly positioned on it, but that center fielders always say that's the hardest one to find.
Yeah, but afterwards he kind of goes, it went a different couple of ways, because a lot of times you hit it so square, you don't slice it, it knuckles. I think maybe a little look of terror there for Adam Jones.
Let me go this way. There it is. Mike Aviles, he flied out his first time up, and Aviles' first ball swinging will foul it back. Wei Chen trying to hold it right here at a 3-0 Indians lead in the 5th inning. If the Oriole bats can get it going against Masterson. Fouled by.
Well, if you read the bat, that you don't want to be in that zone anymore. Well, the other's going, boy, I just missed that one.
Chen has won his last 2 against Houston and Kansas City. He's only had 1 no decision in his 8 starts. Game against Kansas City, ball game in which the Orioles came back to win in 10 innings. Otherwise, even though he's going only 5 2/3 innings on average, he's been decisioned in 7 of the 8. Off-speed delivery and a silo shot at the plate coming back by the screen. That'll be out of play.
Well, you throw so many fastballs that you have to have a secondary pitch that will slow the bats down, and that's what the changeup does. Or he throws more curveballs than sliders. Sliders to lefties, curveballs to the right-handers. And he's only pitched poorly, and that was against the Red Sox home opener. Gave up 4 runs, and then in New York 4 runs. Other than that, I mean, you can just go down the list. 1-3-2, 3-2-1. So obviously pitching well, getting a lot of run support. Even tonight, the only glaring is the home run by RABURN.
1-2 foul tip. RABURN got the solo shot leading off the 2nd, his first of the year. Brantley an RBI triple in the 3rd inning, and then Brantley scored on a wild pitch, the first wild pitch of the year by Chen. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that ball's popped up first base side. Clevenger will come over in case, but it's out of play. Well, Tampa Bay had a big comeback tonight. They tied Oakland. The Desmond Jennings RBI in extra innings, and Sean Rodriguez won it with a home run off Gregerson in the bottom of the 11th. 5-2 Tampa Bay over Oakland. Boy, did Tampa Bay need that. They are struggling.
Well, you know they're not going to go away. I mean, this is a team that's won 90 plus 5 of the last 6 years, so they will try to persevere.
That's going to go to Davis, and he'll haul it in. Nice play.
Really nice play.
2 down here in the 5th inning. Chris Davis hauls it in. Take a look at this. Talking about the American League East. Everybody's talking about it because everybody's so close. The projected division winners, just for fun. Fangraphs has the Blue Jays winning it with 84 wins. Pacoda's got the Yankees winning it with 83. The Blue Jays, the only team in the division with a positive run differential. How about that? Edwin Arcanaccio with Toronto, one of the reasons. 5 home runs in his last 4 and 7 in his last 7 games for Toronto.
Yeah, the key for them, and you know, Encarnacion would hit 36 home runs last year, is that if Batista, I mean, one of the keys, if he can stay healthy. Injuries the last 2 years.
And if he doesn't kill himself in the dugout. That'll come back to Chen. BOURN is retired. For those who may have missed it, he had a flurry in the dugout, crashing bats and helmets and balls and everything last night.
You've had enough dessert.
Hey, there's never enough dessert. There were 3 pies in there today. Did you see those?
No, I didn't.
They were great. I mean, they had a chocolate pie, they had a banana cream pie, and they had a chocolate pieces of chocolate cream pie.
Well, yeah, you had to polish off after the lasagna.
Yeah, but you always have small pieces.
No, I understand.
If you have small pieces. Not only who you play, when you play them, Jim, and this Cleveland club right now is a tough team, huh?
Well, they are, and they've won 3 in a row. They have played 13 of the games at home, where they're 15 and 15 and 11, so, and 7 and 14 in the road. So they are on a roll. They did win 1 less game than the Tigers last year, who went to the championship series, 92 wins. They won their last 10 games. They know how to win. I don't think they like to lose. They're in last place in the Central, but they're playing well. And if they've won the last 6 games where they've scored 3 runs against the Orioles or more, and 19 of 22 when they score 4 runs or more. So obviously they feel comfortable playing here at Camden Yards, and they're playing pretty well.
And Masterson will start it out with a walk, so the Orioles get the leadoff walk. You have to keep an eye, Joe, if you're the pitching coach down in the Cleveland dugout watching Masterson. He is a horse. He can go deep into games. They weren't concerned about the 3 days rest, but you've got to have a tight eye on him, don't you?
Yeah, Mickey Callaway and Terry Francona, the manager, they'll just to see if the ball gets up. Now, obviously, when you're into the 5th inning and he's throwing those sinkers, you want him to bring the ball up, or you need a little bit of help. They just got it.
Well, let's see how it works for him here. That's the first walk he's surrendered. Masterson has had the ball in play with 1 strikeout and 1 walk. Hardy up, he hit into a ground ball out in the 3rd inning. 2 double plays have been turned by the Indians, 1 each in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, he really hasn't thrown many breaking balls, but one of the quality ones he threw was the J.J. Hardy. Got him out on his front foot, got the ground ball to Cabrera. And when you're going along, remember the 3 shutouts, 3 complete games last year. So the bottom line is he's comfortable. The Orioles haven't been able to do anything, get a guy to first and third, make him think about what he needs to do to get out of an inning, other than just keep the ball around the knees or the ankles. And he's done a nice job of that.
Here's the 1-2, and he got him. Hit him on the shoulder, and that's something Masterson does a lot of. That is the 6th hit batter this season. And the Orioles, with runners now at first and second, nobody out.
Yeah, see, a lot of times when your arm drops, and that could be another thing that Mickey Callaway is going to look at because of the 3 days rest, you get under the ball. So you can't really get on top of it. You can't get it to sink. So that'll hurt, but the Orioles get a walk and a hit batsman, and all of a sudden you get Flaherty, as you mentioned, 3 for 6, already a double. Took a sinker down and away and sliced it into the corner.
Well, the Orioles get an opportunity, looking for the big hit. They are 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position so far in the ball game. And Flaherty, with David Lowe waiting on deck, looking to be part of a big inning, a walk and a hit batter.
Yeah, now Santana plays even with a bag at third, because maybe he's thinking, they certainly don't think it at first, switch your way back, that he might be bunting here. Now 3 runs down. Ooh,
and that one hit him. So he's hit 2 in a row. 7 hit batters. And now Terry Francona will do a little pacing. They've loaded him up with nobody out.
Well, you usually don't like your guys to get hit, but when you're down by 3 and it's just gets the back leg and just kind of caroms off, or maybe it gets the knee. Worse than I thought. Wow, you can see his face. I thought it got the outside of his knee, but anyway, when you get around the shin and the knee, it hurts.
So now the Orioles, the walk to Clevenger, Hardy and Flaherty hit batters. Masterson now leads the American League in hit batters with 7. What a chance for the Orioles. That one's in the dirt, and he's all over the place here in the 5th inning.
Well, I guess that kind of answers your question. What do they look for? Where you get some arm fatigue.
They will get their bullpen
and here comes
moving and to give them a chance to get somebody up.
Well, I was talking to Mickey Callaway today, and he said, and maybe talking a little bit about Masterson, because he's 2 and 3 when last year at this time through 10 starts he was so good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he said some of our pitchers have trouble throwing strikes. I mean, he said it very nicely. He said, so we're constantly talking about command. You got to throw strike 1 and then you move the ball. Kind of like playing tennis. You warm up in the middle of the court, then you start the cross court stuff. But if you can't throw it in the middle of the plate, or at least know where your release point is, and it looks like Justin's having problems with that, you got a problem. And if so, maybe he sees something.
Now, Terry Francona has put in T.J. House into the bullpen tonight. Terry said he's a scheduled starter for tomorrow, but I want him in the pen because we're short. So if I have to use him tonight, I'll do that, and we'll worry about a starter for tomorrow later. So we'll see how this goes here. We're in the 5th inning, and the Orioles, big chance. 1-0 count. David Lowe with the bases loaded, and the off-speed breaking ball sliding in low. And it goes to 1-1.
Well, you really got to know what you want to hit here when you're struggling and the bases are loaded. And this is not what you want to swing at a changeup. You can't be looking for it. It's a horrible approach. So you can say what you want about feeling good about yourself, but when you're hitting 175, you hear the guy say, have an idea. And an idea is, what is he doing? You've seen him now for the 5th inning. He's struggling with his control. You don't want to go up there hitting like 2 strikes where you have to protect everywhere. Just have an idea what you want to do. Put a good swing on a quality pitch, not a pitcher's pitch in a 2-1 count or even a 1-0 count.
They'll give up the run for the double play here. 2-1 delivery, and that's one. They're going to go to the plate. There's one down to first, and there's 2. Mercy. The worst probably that could happen other than a triple play for the Orioles is that play right there.
Well, they threw him another changeup. And, I guess he liked the way he went after the first one, and then you get, this is like Christmas right here. All you got to do is get it to the catcher. Gomes makes a nice play, and they get now they're not out of the inning, but they certainly, what a clutch pitch that is.
Jim Presley and I were talking about this, the batting case today, the Orioles hitting coach. He said, I do not understand pitchers who throw a pitch that a guy swings at and can't hit, and then they don't throw it again.
Well, he just did, though.
And that's what I mean. He just did. Jim was saying, throw it again until the guy doesn't hit it. And if he misses, if he hits the next one, fouls it off, throw him another one to make sure he really can hit it. And the pitch is there for a strike, because more and more today we see pitchers who think, well, I got him on that on a swinging strike. He knows I can throw that, so now I got to throw something else.
Yeah. Hitters usually tell you what you need to throw to get them out.
They swing and a miss.
Yes, well, it's history. What's the history? What's the recent history?
Well, you just saw Masterson use that. You couldn't hit it the first time, so I'll try it again.
If you're Justin Masterson, you could go to your video guy and you say, I want to see every at bat that David Lowe has this year. And he'll just dial it up there, and you can, in a matter of 2-3 minutes, so you at least have an idea of what he's hitting, what he isn't. And you can do that every hitter. You can spend your 4 days between starts studying.
Markakis to first, and incredibly, Masterson has worked his way out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out inning. The Orioles did not have a hit. They leave 2 in scoring position. League report is brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. AAA Norfolk, Francisco Pagaro, 3 for 4, 2 doubles, 4 runs, and the numbers put up this season certainly impressing not only AAA but the Orioles skipper.
Yeah, and he just had a big swing when we saw him earlier in his career, so hurt early. getting some at bats, and there you go. Always looking for offense.
Great shot of downtown Baltimore on this beautiful evening. 3-0 lead, 3-5-0 for the Indians, 0-4-0 for the Orioles. 4 left on by the O's, 1 by the Indians. Wei and Chen, no walks, 1 strikeout. Cabrera, number 2 in the order, 0 for 2 in the ball game. Fly ball, ground ball. Masterson now has picked up 3 double plays in 5 innings. 13 total on the season for the ground ball pitcher. Down to third, backhanded by Machado. To Davis.
Yeah, when I used to pitch, you had Brooks Robinson with 16 Gold Gloves, and then you had Belanger with 8. Then you had Aparicio before him, Cal after with 3 Gold Gloves. And used to sit there, Cuellar, McNally, left-handers, curveballs, changeups. They'd smack them down the left side, and Brooks would be there. Now it's Machado and Hardy. 3 Gold Gloves right there on the left side. Or keep moving around, so you can't. So you're kind of on the left side, even though JJ's trending towards the middle.
Shift on here. Brantley stands in. Flaherty on the short hop. And Brantley had a triple and an RBI in his last at bats, retired. 2 quick outs here in the 6th. Celebrate summer at Oriole Park. Pick up the new Birdland Summer 6-pack. You get a ticket to 6 games of your choice throughout the season. Savings up to 20% off the cost of single game tickets. Get the best seats, best games, best promotion dates. For details, Orioles.com/6-pack.
So the pitch count at what? 76. 2 pitches, 2 outs here in the 6th.
And RABURN, who had the home run in the 2nd inning, his first of the year, and struck out, stands in and will take the pitch inside for a ball.
Well, he sure got the relaxed left hand. Watch him. It's kind of like he's playing the flute. Really, just kind of. There's a changeup.
Taking here to try and give his pitcher a little break. It goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. Chen's delivery and another chopper to short. That'll be played by Hardy. Chen has a good, quick inning. 3 up and 3 down. The Orioles offense needed now. Here are the do-ups brought to you by Mazda. Machado, Jones, and Davis.
RABURN trying to get on track, hitting 130 points lower than last year against lefties, his first home run of the year. And then right here, after an infield hit by BOURN, Brantley will triple inside the bag, and then Masterson loads him up, base on balls, couple hit batsmen, get low to hit into a double play, and then Markakis hits a screamer as Swisher makes a nice play. So after 5 innings, Masterson only the 4 hits. And Wei and Chen has actually pitched pretty well, but contrary to what we normally see, not much run support to this point. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
So Masterson preserving his time on the mound with that performance, getting out of that 5th inning. Goes right back to work here. Not much time on the bench. Manny Machado, the base hit. He is hit into a double play. Machado, Jones, and Davis up for the Orioles. 1-0 count. And that ball to center, hit hard and deep, and Bourne is back and turns and finds it, doing an Adam Jones. And there's one away. For every Orioles walk, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield gives $50 to support Be More for Healthy Babies. The Orioles have 100 walks, $5,000. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle.
Well, just as Adam Jones has won 2 Gold Gloves, so is Michael Bourne. He's scurrying all over the outfield.
Pretty good center fielders in this ball game. There's Bourne, shades over to right on Jones. Pitch outside for a ball. Adam with a fielder's choice, and he has grounded out. Adam against Cleveland carries the .266 lifetime average with 5 career home runs against the Indians. 1-0 delivered. Orioles will repay the visit, as they've got 3 in Cleveland that will be played in August. The 1-ball-1-strike delivery and a ball in the air to right center. That ball also hit deep. Going back is Bourne again. Look out. They did not communicate. Jones on his way to second. Makes the turn. Will stay as he and Murphy, Bourne and Murphy. That's a catchable ball that fell between them.
Yeah, they eyed each other, and then they just shied away from each other. I mean, Bourne catches this ball very easy right here. I mean, look at Murphy looking at him. He looked at him, and then, oh, I don't know if you're coming. And then head goes up, disappointed, frustrated.
See, it's never done, but that should be an error.
Well,
that's a ball that should be caught. There's nothing in the rules that says you have to touch a ball. If a ball is one that should have been caught in a normal process, it should go as an error to whoever it should have been, and it should have been Bourne. He should have called off the right fielder and made the catch. But for Adam's sake, it's a double.
Well, normally, if you're David Murphy and you have a 2-time Gold Glover, you defer to him. And he should have just kept coming.
So the Orioles get a break and a chance, and a strike taken. Chris Davis has flied out to center and to right. He is now 4 for 15 lifetime off Masterson. The Orioles and Indians each have 5 hits in the ball game.
Yeah, leading RBI guy in with runners in scoring position numbers, 364. There's another changeup. So now going a little bit more to the off-speed pitches.
0 for 5 for the Orioles tonight. The Indians have gotten it done. They're just an 0 for 1.
Well, they hit the home run.
And a wild pitch.
Well, yeah, it's hard to steal on Masterson. They've only tried to steal 2 bases. Gomes has thrown out 1 behind the plate.
And that is in there for a strike and got him.
Late breaking ball. And Joe West is an upright umpire. Look how high he stands. So you're going to get some more higher strikes. And I mean, that's pretty much a hanging breaking ball. This is the one that a lot of guys got to the Hall of Fame on, like just smoking that pitch.
That was so good he couldn't swing.
No.
So that'll bring Nelson Cruz to the plate. 2 down, runner at second. Cruz has had a single, and he is flied out. Orioles DH for the ball game. Jones, you give him a real good lead at second. Masterson's delivery, and that'll be fouled off. Well, so far you certainly have to credit Masterson with finding ways to get out of jams. Double play after a leadoff single in the first. Double play after a 1-out single in the second. Strikeout ground ball out after a 1-out double in the third. Leadoff single in the fourth. Went for naught. Bases loaded. Nobody out in the fifth. Couldn't score. Inside almost hit him. Goes to the backstop. Wild pitch. Over to third goes Jones.
Yeah, Nelly Cruz, a little dodgeball here. It's raining. It's lunchtime. Let's this ball run. I think Yan Gomes thinks it's going to hit him. It almost does.
That'll be the 6th wild pitch he's thrown. So he's up to 7 hit batters and 6 wild pitches for Masterson. both at the top in the American League. Cruz now with 1-1. There's that breaking ball again, and it's 2-1.
Well, that's a good call by Joe West. He's sitting right there, and he realizes that's one of the breaking balls that goes around the plate.
Big RBI opportunity, trying to get on the board. 2-1 delivery again inside. So Cruz gets ahead on the count. 3 balls and 1 strike with Clevenger waiting on deck.
Yeah, Nelly Cruz is not the type of guy that you want to walk, but you don't want to give in to him either. So, but sometimes you need to pitch to the scoreboard. So, or you make a decision. I'm not going to throw something in the middle of the plate, or it's going to be 3-2. I'll take my chances with Clevenger.
That ground ball to third is a foul ball. Just outside the bag. So they'll go back. Jones to third. And Cruz back to the plate. Adam getting the double. The Orioles have had a double by Flaherty, a double by Jones for the extra base hits. Orioles coming in with that 9-10 record at home. It's been about the offense at home. They're averaging only 3 runs a game at home, 5+ on the road. They've pitched well at home, a 3.61. And on the road haven't needed to pitch as well, 4.36. And walked in. Second walk surrendered by Masterson, and the potential tying run's going to come to the plate. As promised earlier in the game, our AT&T's fan photo. Now, there's some young men having fun. That's an enjoyable day at the ballpark. Got their Lancets on with their tickets and the right T-shirts.
They might be back on Sunday. What ripcord bracelet?
Ripcord bracelet day Sunday. Part of the Memorial Day weekend. So Clevenger a walk, and he's hit into a double play. 2 down and 2 on. And Steve on the big cut. Another chance for the Orioles.
He had 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position, so would love to be able to hit that average up, get the Orioles on the board. You got to start somewhere. Until then, Masterson's just going to keep making his pitches.
0-1, that's it for a strike. So Masterson really cruising along here for the 3 days rest that he's had, showing no effects. 0-2 count. Off first and third. Clevenger will take it and just miss.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Again, Joe West, upright umpire. Otherwise, Steve Clevenger's going back to get the equipment. I think this ball had the plate. And our pitch track shows it did. Just because Gomes was sitting away, he didn't get the pitch.
1-2 delivery. Clevenger up the middle, and he's got a base hit. Orioles are on the board, making the turn. Cruz, he'll go to third. And Clevenger comes through, picks up the RBI, and it is a 3-1 ball game.
Yeah, boy, you're out there on the mound, you make a couple of good pitches, guy looks bad, and then you don't get it where you want. This ball ends up in the middle of the plate. What a great approach, or at least outside middle, and he hits it right back. And Masterson can't get the glove down, does not field his position well. So now all of a sudden, Hardy, who is yet to hit a home run, it's just a matter of time. He represents the go-ahead run at the plate. And once again, Mickey Callaway coming out, and still nobody up in their bullpen, even though guys are kind of getting loose.
Really trying to stretch this game out for Masterson in order to save as much of that bullpen. Remember that this Cleveland team's coming off that 13-inning win where they had to use the starter for today, scheduled starter, in the ball game, who ended up working a couple of innings and getting the victory in that game. So their bullpen needs a rest. Josh Tomlin was able to get the victory and just called up today Mark Lowe, so he's going to be the first up in the pen.
Yeah, we saw him in one of our massive games in spring training. Started for Tampa Bay and pitched very well, but they chose to go with Heath Bell, who now is pitching for the Orioles. So he is back in the big leagues.
So the Orioles' 6th hit produces the RBI. The number, that's 8 for Clevenger. On at third base, Cruz, he goes all the way over. Clevenger's on at first, and that wild pitch mattered that moved Jones over to third base. 2 down, and Hardy will take it outside for a ball. He's been hit by a pitch, and he is grounded out.
Yeah, no home runs, but 11 RBIs, hitting .350 with runners in scoring position. But in this ballpark, the kind of power he has to left center, always a home run threat.
And the delivery, and that's going to be that high strike called, and it will go to 1 ball and 1 strike. For JJ last year, Hardy hit .256 here at Camden Yards, 11 home runs, .269 on the road with 14 long balls. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Delivery by Masterson. That's going to be a base hit into center field, and it's a 1-run game. J.J. Hardy comes through, and the Orioles, producing a couple of runs with 2 down, his 12th RBI.
Yeah, so you asked me when we were on camera, what do you look for if you're Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, or Terry Francona? You look for this: balls up, and a great approach. I mean, this is not trying to hit a home run. It just kind of stays inside and steers it into center field. And the Orioles get their 2nd run.
Potential tying run goes to second base, crossing his Cruz. And that'll bring up Ryan Flaherty. Bullpen's not ready, even if they wanted to make a change here. So Masterson's got to go at least 1 more batter. They're trying to massage him through this 6th inning.
Yeah, a couple of lefties out there, but neither of them up. Zepsinski and Outman, who have both been pitching well.
And a ground ball fouled off. Flaherty's had a double, and he's been hit by a pitch. Now Ryan gets an opportunity with a base hit to tie the ball game up and maybe do a little more with runners at first and second.
Yeah, he does have home run power. I mean, put that shift on. I mean, it's, well, at least not the way they would if there was nobody on base. But Cabrera way up the middle.
Flaherty's done a good job getting people home this year for the Orioles. He is 5 for 17, a .294 clip. There is Nelson Cruz, who scored after drawing the 2nd walk surrendered by Masterson in the game.
Well, they work every day hitting the ball the other way. I mean, that's what it's about. And there is nobody playing at shortstop.
1 ball, 1 strike delivery, and the pitch framed, but they don't get the call, and it goes to 2-1. Masterson up to 88 pitches.
And if your approach is using the whole field, it's easier to take that pitch. If you're trying to pull it, that's a pitch you might roll over, try to jerk. And he just went right out there to cover the outside corner, and then saw that he was going to run off the plate.
2-1 count. Flaherty waiting on it in the air, right field. Got a lot of it way back at the wall, and goodbye, home run! Ryan Flaherty delivers a 3 RBI homer, and the Orioles take the lead 5-3. Flaherty for the long ball, his first of the year.
Well, it's a matter of letting the ball travel and having great balance, and he does all these things.
And our Lexus of Towson drive of the game.
See this pitch, it's inside middle. Boy, the lefties love this. I mean, watch him just barrel this ball up, and I mean, it's a towering drive that just gets over the wall.
And our Lexus of Towson drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 Lexus dealer. Come see why at LexusofTowson.com. What a game for Ryan Flaherty.
Yeah.
Flaherty's first home run. He had 6 RBIs coming in. He's now got 9. And the Orioles get the lead, 5-3. So Masterson unable to find his way out of this 6th inning, and all of these runs coming, 5 of them with 2 outs.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, they have an 8-man bullpen, and you got a guy on a day rest. They really going a long way with Masterson, and it really hurts him.
And a strike taken. Taking the picture of the baseball. Maybe that's the one they'll send in for our photo. And a 2-ball, 1 strike count. Lowe is struck out, hit into a double play. He rips it down the line. That'll be foul. So the Orioles' 8th batter to come to the plate here in the 6th inning for Masterson. The 5th home run he has surrendered.
Well, they've overcooked the goose. There's no doubt about that. I mean, you could see the ball's not sinking. Pitches are up. Orioles are on them.
2-ball, 2 strike count. And that's going to miss. So the count goes full 3-2 with Nick Markakis, the leadoff batter, waiting on deck. Terry Francona hanging on, not wanting to make the move, and for Chen, who's retired 8 in a row.
Well, now they did use 9 pitchers yesterday in the bullpen,
yes.
So maybe this has something to do with this. But
well, that's why Lowe was brought up to give him a little room, and why they put tomorrow's starter out there in the bullpen tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any problem doing that, because that's how Tomlin got the win. He was supposed to start tomorrow.
So he's ready to go.
Actually today, excuse me. He was supposed to be the starter tonight.
Yeah. Ball retrieved in foul territory. So Masterson, who had been masterful through 5 innings, the 6th, not so. And that's outside. So the 3rd walk, and 2 of them have come in the inning, and that'll be it. Terry Francona on his way out, and Masterson will be coming out of the ball game. He carries a 6-5 lifetime mark against the Orioles and could be the loser in this one, while Chen a long but pleasing wait as his ball club has found the bats, and the Orioles have a 5-3 lead. On 3 days rest, there are the numbers.
Yeah, and I guess the tragic irony for him and the Indians is they misplayed the routine fly ball off the bat of Adam Jones, or otherwise he retires his side 1-2-3. As it turns out, after that, base on balls, couple of singles, home run, another base on balls, and here comes Mark Lowe pitching very well. And these numbers are the AAA numbers that you can see in Columbus. Just ran into today, and you said I used to throw 97, 98. So again, he used 8 bullpen pitchers yesterday. Gary Thorne told you they have the 3rd best bullpen in the American League, but not after having to go 13 innings and win on the walk-off walk by Al Albuquerque. So Masterson pitches better than his numbers indicate, but the Orioles say thank you very much. And Lowe will now face, and they know him because they saw him in spring training when he did start for the Rays.
30 years old, acquired by the ball club in early April. Nick Markakis with a runner on at first base. Lowe has been striking out 11.6 per 9 innings this year. Lefties hitting only .212 off him at AAA. He was a closer with 8 saves in 16 relief appearances.
So he said he pitches around 93 to 94, but the cutter really helped him, and it helped him against the lefties.
Runner goes. Throw down on the money and an easy out. So Lowe's going to be retired on the attempted steal, but the Orioles have a big inning. 5 runs led by the first home run of the year for Ryan Flaherty. That would bring home 3 and give the Orioles the 2-run edge. Two of this 4-game set as Bud Norris will be on the mound against T.J. House. Our coverage on Masson begins tomorrow at 6:30 with those extra presented by Geico, followed by our game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on Masson. That baseball is going to be held on to him, not letting go of it. There's not enough money in the world. And besides that, I'm throwing a changeup. Flaherty hit it. He got it. And the Orioles have a 5-3 lead. So Wei-Yin Chen, we'll see if that long rest affects his performance here. He's retired 8 in a row. We go to the 7th inning against Swisher, Gomes, and Santana.
And then you get the pitch count at 76-90, which is where he is. They usually 1 out of every 3. 333 batting average.
Swisher's had a base hit in the ball game. He'll take a strike. 1 for 2, 4-game hit streak for Nick Swisher.
Yeah, second year with the Indians, a model of consistency. 8 years with 20 or more home runs.
7 innings, worked twice this year by Chen, coming off a 5 1/3 inning performance against Kansas City. A good one, a run on 5 hits over 5 1/3.
Yeah.
Swisher, the big cut, and fouls the back.
Well, there was your pitch to hit. I mean, not that it was a little fastball outside middle. Had a good swing, but missed it. Wei-Yin Chen can work on it.
Swisher continues to be the leader in the American League, 9th with the pitches seen per plate appearance. Draws walks, 27 of those. That's been his MO throughout his career, but don't ever make a mistake in the middle.
Well, when you talk to the Oakland guys that came up through that money ball era, Mark Ellis, Swisher, they go, you want to go to home plate until you get the 2 strikes, hitting like the count is 2-0. In other words, you're going to look for your pitch, not that you're trying to walk.
Chen's delivery will be chopped on to short. Hardy's got it. Plenty of time. And 1 down here in the 7th inning. The Orioles thank 2014 American Heart Association Baltimore Hardball signature sponsor Sinai Hospital, a LifeBridge Health Center, whose support for the event helped raise $700,000 to help fight heart disease. For more information on how you can fight heart disease or to contribute to the cause, go to Orioles.com/AHA.
Sinai Hospital. That's the guy that diagnosed Stanley Cohen, who diagnosed my torn rotator cuff and turned my career around.
There you go.
Thank you. Call him.
Make a donation.
Yeah.
Here's Yan Gomes, and he will take the pitch for a strike. Gomes a single, 1 for 2 in the ball game for Gomes. Chen trying to get through this one. Get the offense right back out there. 0-1 delivery. Left-hander's pitch to left field, a base hit. Low over to get it. Gomes, the turn and will stay, and a 1-out single brings the potential tying run to the plate.
Well, pretty rested bullpen for the Orioles. They only have 7 people in their bullpen, and that's because Brad Brock was able to pitch 4+ innings yesterday. So, again, what do you look when a pitcher tires? That was just a changeup he didn't finish. Gomes didn't miss it.
That'll bring up Santana 0 for 2 of the ball game. He is flied out and grounded out. Santana at third base. He's had a couple of home runs in this ballpark, 4 total against the Orioles. And a chopper to the middle. Flaherty, and they don't communicate. And Gomes will go over to third base as Flaherty and Hardy had the same problem BOURN and Murphy did, only this was a ground ball.
Now, you very, very rarely see Ryan Flaherty make a miscue, but this is more of a mental one because you got to know where your partner's playing. And if you know where he's playing, now watch, see, he's up the middle, but look where Hardy is. It's a slow hit ball. JJ's going to catch it. He's going to touch second base, and he's going to turn the double play. And because you don't get a good read, and how is he going to possibly get to the bag? He's going by the bag. So that's just something we don't hardly ever see from Ryan Flaherty.
So the base hit, and it is a base hit, puts runners on at first and third with 1 away. Still a ground ball away from getting out of the inning.
But it brings up the guy that you talked about, 444 hitter with runners in scoring position.
Number 1 in the league.
I guess the irony of this inning is extra out for the Orioles. They turn it into 5 runs, and that's an extra 2 outs because Hardy was going to turn a double play.
So David Murphy, ground ball towards Flaherty again, and he bobbles it. Will make the play, but a run will score.
Well, you know, it's so hard to do when you're pitching or you're playing defense, but that's a double play ball that he's thinking about the last play. And the ball comes up a little bit, but this is a ball he gobbles up, heads up enough to get the out. But they get the tying run now at second base.
It's a 1-run ball game, 5-4. So David Murphy on the little bobble is retired, but it does bring a run home, and it puts Santana down at second. Mike Aviles 0 for 2. So both teams' defense failing them here late. Pitch will be taken up high. Aviles, couple of home runs, 14 RBIs with 2 down. Santana, of course, will be off and flying on contact. Pretty good secondary lead for him at second base. Here's the 1-0 delivery, and over the top swing, 1-1.
Good pitch there. Finish the changeup.
Aviles has picked the pace up in May, hitting .313. Now looking for an RBI. He's been only 200 in these situations this year. Indians are 13th in the league with runners in scoring position. 1-1 delivery to him. Great pitch away. He wanted to.
Well, not only that, it's a great call by Clevenger. Back-to-back changeups, and they were quality ones.
Ryan Mattis, the lefty, first Oriole bullpen action. Key at bat right here in the ball game. 1-2 delivery, and that's going to be a base hit, and it's going to score the tying run. Santana will score. Aviles gets the RBI single. And thank you very much. Both teams exchange defensive miscues to produce runs for the other.
You know, a nice at bat by Mike Aviles because he gets 3 straight changeups. Watch him just stay on this one. I mean, not a bad pitch, and it's down and away. But again, the short swing and the extra outs undo. You know, you looked at that at bat, and you looked at Aviles, and Bourne's only hitting 188 behind him against lefties. But the number that we saw, lefties off chin, 412 coming into tonight's game. So he doesn't pitch around Aviles, and he gets the base hit. And now you get Bourne up.
So here in the 7th inning, that'll be it for Wei-Yin Chen. So he came in after his club had scored him 5 runs. His defense let him down. He will leave the ball game with a tie. He's responsible, though, for the runner on at first base, and I don't need to tell you what he just said. Change is good, especially when it's your oil getting changed at Jiffy Lube. Give you vehicle relief with regular oil changes at Jiffy Lube and help stretch the life of your engine. Went out, 2-run lead. It's gone.
Yep, they don't play well defensively, neither of the teams in this inning. So Both of the starters, at least to this point, give up 5 runs. The run on first base. And Brian Mattis will come in, hitting in the third on the road trip to Kansas City and then to Pittsburgh. An inning in Pittsburgh, a third of an inning in Kansas City. So the numbers coming down, right? He's still hitting him better than lefties.
Runner on at first base. There are 2 away. Aviles on with that base hit, game-tying RBI single. Here's Bourne, top of the order. Bourne lifts it. That could fall in. Nobody there. Bermuda Triangle base hit. Almost falling down, Aviles, but he'll get the third. He stumbled coming around second base. And the base hit by Bourne puts runners at first and third.
Well, we told you against the Tigers, 43 hits in the 3 games. And he hits this off the end of the bat. He just hooks it, so it's not going to carry as much, way out on the end. And you know, there's a couple of outs, and that's what you were talking about, the stumble step.
So the Indians now with 9 hits in the ball game, and Bourne on with his second, 2 for 4. That will bring Cabrera to the plate. Cabrera's got a 2 for 10 lifetime off Brian Mattis. Cabrera with the 0 for 3, couple of ground balls, fly ball, potential go ahead run at third with 2 out. And that ball smacked in the air, left center field, low. Jones low, back up, and made the catch. What a catch, David Lowe! He just robbed Cabrera of a 3-run homer and the lead in the ball game.
Well, there's no doubt he's about as good a left fielder as I've seen in a long time here. He invokes Brady Anderson's ability. I mean, look at him, Sky. Tremendous body control, and that ball's going out of here if he doesn't get the leather on it.
In an inning where the defense couldn't get it done, it's defense that ends the inning. 5-5, 7th inning stretch time. Orioles have done that in this ball game. Marquez and Cruz, blast by Flaherty, a double, shot up the middle. Adam Jones to deep center. Flaherty with a 3-run homer, bringing the lumber. But they're going to need more. There you go. 5-9-0 for the Indians. 5-8-0 for the Orioles. Orioles have left 4. The Indians have left 3, and now it's a bullpen game. Mark Lowe and Brian Mattis, the 2 pitchers at hand. Here's Nick Marquez. And Nick will take the pitch for a strike. 1 for 3 in the ball game for Nick. We bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And a good one. That's anybody's ball game. 0-1 count. Outfield shades to left. Ball fouled back into the screen by Marquez. For Nick, against the Indians, a .240 lifetime average, 5 home runs. He's playing his 51st game against Cleveland, more than any other Oriole in appearances against the Indians. And the 0-2 delivery by Lowe, and he got him throttled back on it and gets a strikeout.
One of those backdoor breaking balls and a good one.
Can see why he was getting lefties and getting strikeouts with that pitch.
Well, he threw the ball in spring training. I thought he'd had an arm injury. He said, no, I had back surgery in 2010. And we first saw him when he came up with Seattle. I mean, he used to throw close to 100. That's all the way back in 2006.
Here is Manny Machado, and the breaking ball fooled him, but it's up. Machado a base hit. He's 1 for 3 in the game. 7-game hit streak now for Manny with a .238 mark overall. No wind blowing at all here at the ballpark right now. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that'll go to short right off the end of the bat. And an error on Cabrera. And Machado reaches. How about these defenses tonight?
Well, we told you they make a bunch of errors. I mean, they came in 47 errors in 47 games. I mean, this is pretty routine. And he, I've been watching him all night. He really prepares well. He just misses it. It's in the glove and it's out. I mean, it wasn't like it got a bad hop. It just came out of the glove on the transfer. You see it on a double play when you've maybe gotten the out and you're trying to get it quickly. It's almost like the glove was a little firmer than he thought it was going to be. And that's not the case. That's his gamer.
And for all the defensive miscues, it's the first error committed by either team. Here is Adam Jones, a double in the 6th inning. Fielder's choice and a ground ball out. Orioles get their 8th hit. Jones will go down to 3rd, and that is a foul ball. So Adam will come back to the plate, and back to first base will go Manny Machado. Ball game tied here in game 1 of this 4-game set. Back at you tomorrow night for game 2 with Bud Norris scheduled to go against TJ House in the 7 o'clock ball game. Terry Francona, 2nd year at Cleveland after 8 years in Boston. Buck Showalter of the O's, his club looking for their 24th win. Runner off first, and the 0-1. Jones will take it up high for a ball.
Yeah, Bud Norris's record's 2-4, but don't let that mislead you. He's really pitched well. Lowest batting average of any of the starters. Run support minimal.
Infield again, a double play depth. The Orioles hit into one in each of the first 2 innings off Masterson, the starter. The 2 starters non-decision, Masterson and Chen. Here's the 1-1, and that'll be outside.
Yeah, that's the first fastball he's thrown. And not even close. Yeah. Well, he's a big guy, 6'4", out of Houston. Went down to school at Texas Arlington. Actually saved 13 games back in 2009 when he was a Mariner.
Short lead at first. Jones the other way, foul, and that'll even it up at 2-2. As we noted, Jim, before the ball game, since they're from Cleveland and it is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they put a This Day in Music in their notes. 1965, the Beatles went to #1. It was a ticket to ride, the group's 8th U.S. #1 hit, and the Rolling Stones' Sticky Fingers started a 4-week run as the #1 album in 1971. From the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. 2-ball, 2-strike count. And Jones down to third base, should be 2. Santana throws it into right field. Over to get it is Murphy. Runner will go to second, stopping at third base. The Orioles, another miscue, and the Orioles get 2 in scoring position.
Well, you got a catcher at third base. Santana, I mean, he's caught 9 times, and you got to get Gomes from Toronto. I mean, he does everything right, but throw it in the vicinity of Aviles. And he can't go in because Manny's sliding right where he wants to go, so not even close at second base. What a gift this is, and they're probably going to walk Chris Davis to get to Cruz. That's something. I mean, that's the percentage baseball. Cruz with 14 home runs and 41 RBIs, but you got to set up the double play here in the 7th.
So the errors continue to really upset things for this Cleveland team. Here's the intentional pass. Santana has now committed 6 errors on the season. Cabrera has committed 7 at short. Swisher's had 6 errors over at first base.
Yeah, we saw Scope do that. Remember, again, it was similar. Except maybe he was coming a little bit more towards second, and he just trying to drop his elbow, and that's what it looked like Santana did. And then the ball will just run, sail, cut more than you want it to.
Now the Orioles will have the bases loaded for the second time in the game. They did it earlier against Masterson in the 5th inning with nobody out and could not score. Now Mark Zepchinski is up in the bullpen. The Orioles load him up here with 1 down. Visit to the mound to let Zepchinski warm up a little bit. Ball game is tied at 5 in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 errors have been committed by the Indians and an intentional pass to put the runners on.
Yeah, so this is what the strategy is, and throw a double play ball. I don't know. Last time Mickey Callaway came out to talk to Justin Masterson, the bases were loaded, nobody out, and he got a ground ball double play right back to him in a line drive to his first baseman, and the inning was over. Zepchinski is a left-handed specialist, 3 for 26 lefties, and Clevenger, the left-handed hitter, on deck.
So the Orioles early season MVP will come to the plate. Nelson Cruz, a single, a walk. He has flied out. He has scored a run in the ball game. Bases are loaded for him with only 1 away. And Lowe, Mark Lowe on the mound looking for the ground ball. Infield double play depth, and that will be fouled back over the screen. Ironic, the Orioles in that other bases loaded situation didn't have a hit when they loaded them up either. It was a walk and 2 hit batters by Masterson that loaded him up in the 5th. Here it's 2 errors and an intentional pass.
And Cruz leads the Orioles in ground in double plays with 5. But
delivery to him, and that's going to go to center. The Orioles are going to get the lead. BOURN is back. He will put it away. Tagging up, Manny Machado will score. Jones goes to third, and the Orioles lead it 6-5. So Cruz makes him pay at least 1 for the intentional pass ahead of him. And the Orioles go back on top.
And here comes Terry Francona again, because when you only have 2 catchers, he knows that Bucket, well, I wouldn't imagine he's going to pinch hit for Clevenger with Caleb Joseph.
Cruz gets his 42nd RBI, and this one's a go-ahead, at least for the moment. It'll be the left-hander coming on to pitch for the Indians. and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Baltimore Orioles. Interesting ball game to open up this 4-game set. And right now, those under the Maryland colors, and the Orioles with a 6-5 lead in the ball games. That Chinsky, the left-hander, out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he's really pitched well. He came over in a trade last year and really did a number for him. They won their last 10 games. They won 92 games, scoreless in 24 of the last 27 appearances. So the big, tall left-hander, the Orioles saw him early on in his career when he actually started for the Blue Jays. So again, he comes in. Lefty's only hitting, what, 115.
And runners at first and third. Clevenger, after the first pitch, will hit it to Aviles, who will record the out. So the strange game, numbers-wise, continues. The Orioles get a run. It is unearned. They do not get a hit. There were 2 errors and 2 left on base. Orioles up by 1. You know the baseball gods are smiling when these things happen. 475 pitches, 20 runs, 5 hours plus of baseball, and the Indians won yesterday on that infamous walk-off balk. The Oakland A's, the gods are smiling when you have 1 hit and you still defeat the Rays yesterday by a score of 3-2. And the gods were smiling when the Yankees scored the winning run on a wild pitch in the 13th after they went into the 9th, trailing by a score of 2-0. This game will keep you honest. If you don't believe it, look at those from yesterday and look at this game where the defenses have really let their pitchers down, even if there is only a couple of errors up there.
Well, there's about 7 runs that counted misplayed balls, and then the go-ahead run to this point on just 2 real errors.
And no hits. Sac fly, RBI by Cruz. So Brian Mattis, the pitcher of record now for the Orioles, Lowe, charged with an unearned run on no hits with a strikeout in an inning pitched, is the pitcher of record for the Indians. Darren O'Day in the bullpen for the Orioles.
Yeah, this is can you get Michael Brantley out? And last year about 168, almost a couple of 100 points higher off Mattis lefties to lefties, and Brantley can hit anybody this year.
Bunting for a base hit. It's a foul ball. Clevenger tried to make it fair because he thought he had him, but couldn't do it.
Yeah, he pounced on it like an In-N-Out burger.
Yet despite all the defensive lapses, it's been the defensive play right now that has saved the Orioles. David Lowe.
Yep.
He made that catch on what would have been a 3-run homer by Cabrera in the 7th inning. Jumped up 364 mark in left and hauled it in. So that's why this game is one of redeeming features. No matter what goes wrong in it, hang on, because the next time you're involved in the game, you may go from goat to hero or vice versa. And the pitch will just miss outside. Brantley with a good eye, 1-2.
Yeah, well, that's what he does, and that's why he's almost hitting 300. He's got three home runs against left-handed pitching because he's not trying to pull it. I mean, that's why. I mean, they put a little bit of a shift on, but he's an all-field hitter.
1-2 delivery and a breaking ball that's going to miss inside. Had a lot of arm motion and a 2-ball 2-strike count.
Yeah, we don't see too many curveballs, and that's what that was. Lefty to lefty from Brian Mattis, mostly the sliders.
Brantley coming off the Detroit series where he was 7 for 15 with 4 RBIs and a home run and 3 runs scored. Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way, and Brantley swings through it and got it.
Yeah, well, there's the perfect slider. I mean, this is vintage Brian Mattis. He was talking he'd need to get hitters out. Lowe saves him. Would have given up 3 runs, and this time just buries the slider. Doesn't get any better than this.
So that will be it. It'll be 2/3 of an inning for Mattis. Surrendered only 1 hit and got 1 strikeout. Darren O'Day to pitch. You can get it on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Brings you whatever kind of look in you'd like to have of games going on. Instant replays, scores, stats, highlights, and more. Download it. MLB.com at bat on the App Store, or you can go to Orioles.com to find it. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer with you here at Camden Yards, and a good one. Darren O'Day onto the pen.
Yeah, well, he hadn't been scored on in his last 10 appearances. He leads. That ERA is the lowest ERA in the American League. Right behind him, Zach Britton, second lowest. So he comes in, and the one numbers you got to look at, I mean, the 273 is they're going to pinch hit with Lonnie Chisenhall, former #1 draft choice. And he's red hot. I mean, he's coming off one of those series where the home stand 6 for 14, a home run, and he comes in about as hot as you can be with the bat.
Chisenhall's the #1 average as a designated hitter. He's hitting .404 as a DH. Nobody better in average. And Chisenhall the second best average in the month of May in the American League. Comes here though with 1 away, nobody on, pinch hitting for Rayburn. He'll be the DH in the lineup now for the Indians. Rayburn had that home run in the second inning off Wei Chen leading it off.
And he's got a little bit of power. I mean, even last year, in a year where he hit .225, he hit 11 home runs for the Indians.
And that's there for a strike from O'Day.
They actually had to send him out. He went down to AAA Columbus and hit this number, 390.
Chisenhall's got a 1 for 2 off Darren O'Day. Mattis 2/3 of an inning, a hit and a strikeout, pitcher of record for the Orioles. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Chisenhall, the big cutter, and 1 up high.
Yeah, there's the riser. Well, he's got 1 that sinks. He got 1 that cuts. He's got 1. He's worked on a changeup with Todd Froworth, which he will not throw in a 1-run ball game. A couple different speed breaking balls and a very deceptive release point.
O'Day 1 and 2. Chisenhall the other way, and that will be a foul ball. For Chisenhall, a .303 average against the Orioles. He's had a couple of home runs against the O's, and in this ballpark, one of those two. .286 average here at Camden Yards. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Orioles up by 1 as the Indians bat in the top of the 8th inning. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Outfield pretty much straight away on him, and he takes as O'Day trying to get him to go after another pitch a little bit higher that time. 2-2.
Yeah, you can see Steve Clevenger just putting the glove a little bit above the belt, which tells me they don't want to get something where Ryan Flaherty got the 3-run home run ball, and that's down and in.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Outfield back, foul back over the screen. So Chisenhall battles here, holds the count at 2-2. Chisenhall has struck out 21 times, drawn 7 walks on the season. Extra base hits, 11 doubles to go with a 1 home run.
And hit wise, 11 to left, 9 up the middle, and 16 to right. Sprays it.
O'Day ready again with a 2-2. Chisenhall puts it up in the air to right field, going back. Markakis looking, and goodbye home run. Chisenhall delivers a pinch hit homer. His first pinch hit home run of the season, his 2nd overall, and we are tied again.
Well, you think it's kind of a safe bet. Lefties hit Darren O'Day better than righties. And you kind of know that when you take Mattis out, you're going to get the lefty. But I mean, well, look at him covered. This is a breaking ball. Starts off the plate, but ends up a little bit more in the middle. But he goes down, and again, short porch here and right. And the game is tied.
2 home runs for the Indians in the ball game, and just like that, O'Day becomes the pitcher of record for the Orioles, which he would rather not be. For Darren, that is the 2nd home run, only the 2nd he has surrendered this year. And here is Nick Swisher. Ball game tied, 6-6, 10 hits for the Indians. And Swisher will take it outside for a ball.
And another guy with, even though he hasn't done it this year, with only 3 home runs, capable of, as you mentioned, 24 lifetime home runs. So that was timely.
All of his home runs have been hit from this side of the plate, the 3 that he does have. 223 left, 185 right for Nick Swisher. And that one just missed the outside corner. 2-0, and the Orioles bullpen active again. Zach Britton. So this ball game, neither team able to maintain a lead in it. Indians the end of 3 at a 3-0 lead. The Orioles came back 5 in the 6th, led by 2. Indians answered, tied it in the 7th. Orioles went ahead in the 7th inning by 1, and now they've come back. The Indians haven't tied it up in the 8th.
So what now? The Orioles have scored 6 or more runs in the last 3 games. 1-2 record.
Trying to get the offense, the defense, the pitching all on the same page. Both these teams inconsistencies in that. Down to first and fouled off by Swisher. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Orioles finished up on that road trip with the offense hitting, averaging 273 in the 6-game road trip, averaging almost 5 runs a ball game. But the starter ERA was up over 4. The Indians and the Orioles came home 500 on the trip. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Shift is on against him. Swisher will go the other way, foul. Well, no reason to believe these games won't look like this. You never know, but the numbers are very comparable for these 2 teams in most of the categories, offensively, and as far as pitching's concerned, it's the defense where the Orioles have the big edge.
Yeah, they really do. Team speed, Indians, they steal more bases, on base percentage more. Home runs even coming in.
2-2, and he got him to go after it up high. O'Day gets a strikeout.
Well, if you go back to the Chisenhall pinch home run, he fouled off 3 high fastballs to get to the breaking ball. Swisher couldn't do that. Throws it right by him. just up the ladder.
So 2 down in the 8th inning, top of the 8th. Yan Gomes coming up, 2 singles, hit into a double play. He has scored a run in the ball game. Santana will be waiting on deck. Wayne Kirby adjusting the outfield as to where he wants them. Little breeze is picked up again, blowing out towards left. 2 down. Jones will take the pitch outside for a ball. A 6-6 game. The Indians out hitting the Orioles again, 10-8.
And all of Gomes' home runs via right-handed pitching.
1-0 delivery to him and a check swing he couldn't check. 1-1.
Well, the mental toughness you need it when you're pitching in the late innings. You give up a home run, not what you wanted to do, and somehow you have to keep going.
Gomes a big month, hitting .321 with 3 home runs in May, and he fouls that one off. So Day will get ahead of him, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Couple of strikeouts in the inning. Brian Mattis got the K on Brantley, and then O'Day on, and the home run by Chisenhall, the pinch hitter, and then the strikeout of Swisher. Darren ready on the 1-2 pitch, and that'll be up high. 2 ball, 2 strike count. A grinded out affair to kick off this first of 4, with the Indians coming in with that 3-game win streak over the Tigers. Buck Showalter's team with that 500 road trip. 2 balls, 2 strike delivery, and 3-2.
Yeah, this guy's a tough out. I mean, you look at his numbers and you can see why they made the trade. Toronto trading him to the Indians for Ismael Rogers, a right-handed pitcher, because they had J.P. Arancibia, who now with Dallas and was actually sent to the minor leagues. So he backed him up. But he can catch, he can hit, calls a good game, and he can throw.
31% effective in catching base stealers.
38 last year.
3-2 delivery, and O'Day gets him to go after it. Got a couple of strikeouts. Home run, though. Chisenhall pinch hitting, and it is a tie game. Our Honda do-ups: Hardy, Flaherty, and David Lowe. Earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. A game where the miscues have been piling up. At short, that's Cabrera, bobbled it. Orioles getting opportunities as a result of it. 2 errors back-to-back in the 7th inning on a Manny Machado ground ball, and Jones on a ball. Should have been a double play. Gets thrown into right field. And that's the way it has gone tonight. The Orioles taking advantage of it, and a 6-6 ball game.
Yeah, and then we have the ones that weren't scored errors. The BOURN and misplay out in right center with Murphy. That was really cost him 5.
So we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning, and J.J. Hardy will lead it off. Hardy has a base hit. RBI single came in the 5th. Been hit by a pitch, and he is grounded out. Zepchinski, the left-hander, remains on, and the pitch for a strike.
Yeah, sinker, slider, a little bit of a breaking ball. The righties hit him a much better 313, but he has been able to keep the ball in the ballpark to this point.
The 1 delivered to Hardy, and it bounces.
There's the changeup. And it pulls it across the plate.
Young Jonathan Scope waiting on deck. With the left-hander out there, Flaherty would be due up. Hit a home run in this game, and you come out. 1 ball, 1 strike count. And a swing and a miss. That's what happened to Rayburn. The DH had a home run in the 2nd inning. He came out, and Chisenhall hit a home run in the 8th inning. So the DHs both have the 2 DHs each have a home run in the ball game for the Indians. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. RBIs for Cleveland to go along with the DHs have come from Murphy 1, Aviles 1, and the triple by Brantley in the 3rd. The Orioles trailed until the 6th. They got on the board, helped out by a couple of walks, wild pitches. Clevenger, Hardy, Flaherty. That one down to 3rd. It's a base hit if it stays in the grass. It does. And the Orioles will get the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the 8th. J.J. Hardy's 2nd hit of the game.
Nice little changeup. Good pitch. Bad result. Unless you're J.J. Hardy, you say thank you very much. A lot of evidence to the fact that balls are not going to be rolling foul here.
2 of them have stayed almost in the exact same spot. So Ryan Flaherty is going to take his at bat here against Zepchinski, playing for the bunt. Santana moves in at 3rd base. Flaherty is doubled, hit by a pitch, and is homered a big night. The 3 RBI home run picked up the 6th. He does square. Runner will stay, and the pitch is a called strike. So Buck Showalter playing to get that go-ahead run here in the 8th. Allen up in the bullpen. Cody Allen for the Indians.
Yeah, he is a 96, 97 mile per hour fastball.
Flaherty does not have a sacrifice this year. Squares early. Tries to drop it. It's at the plate. It's foul.
Got to get the bat out. We talk about it all the time. And have to get the bat head out in front of home plate. That bat head kind of even with the plate, so the ball goes straight down.
So Flaherty now with a 2-strike count. Santana's still going to stay in and think bunt at 3rd base, as far in as he was on the first 2 pitches. Hardy on at first. Now Santana backs up a couple of steps, but not off the grass. He does square, and he does bunt, and he's out. As he bunts that one foul, it will go as a strikeout. So 3 times trying to get a bunt down and could not do it.
Well, as you said, it doesn't have one, or didn't have one, doesn't have one. And then if you get the 2 strikes because he's left-handed, and this is just a pop-up, well, at least we know something he's got to work on.
Boy, as Pierce gets announced, the matchups will continue. Zepchinski will be coming out of the ball game. Pierce announced as the pinch hitter for David Lowe. And when we come back, he'll be up with 1 down. Hardy on at first base in a 6-6 game. 1963, Eddie Yost, his managerial career ended after one game. He replaced Mickey Vernon. He was replaced the next day by Gil Hodges. In 1959, the Orioles' Hoyt Wilhelm threw a one-hitter, a 5-0 win against the Yankees. Jerry Lumpy singled in the 8th, the only hit the Yankees had. And in 1946, one of the game's greatest hitters, Josh Gibson, had one of the longest home runs ever hit at Forbes Field. The Pittsburgh Gazette described it as one of the longest home runs ever polled at Forbes Field. Thrilled the crowd of 5,000, going 450 feet over the left center field wall. Those who were there said they believed that ball traveled at least 500 feet or more. Gibson would be inducted into the Hall of Fame and unfortunately would die 3 months before the integration of Major League Baseball, but is recognized throughout the game as one of the greatest power hitters ever.
Yeah, when we were in Kansas City, Buck O'Neill, who passed away, but used to said when he was a kid, you could always tell when you're outside the ballpark, when they do all those barnstorming tricks, who was hitting, Ruth or Gibson. Ball had a different sound.
Allen out of the bullpen, Steve Pearce at the plate, and a cut on the breaking ball.
Yeah, Cody Allen came in the other day to hold a 1-run lead, and J.D. Martinez of the Tigers hit a home run. And you can see righties hitting him better than lefties. Really good breaking ball, and he again throws in the mid 595, 96 with the fastball.
Workhorse, 77 appearances last year. 0-1 count, runner at first. Again, same pitch, wouldn't go. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Steve. The Orioles looking for a pinch hit blast of their own here as Chisenhall gave the Indians. Pearce, as a pinch hitter, has gone 1 for 4 with 1 pinch hit RBI.
And that got a pinch hit in Pittsburgh off of Brian Morris throwing 97. Similar pitcher.
1-1 delivery is going to be popped up in the infield at the mound, third base side. Santana.
Hold your breath. There you go.
So Pearce is retired. And there are 2 down. Hardy, who had the leadoff single on that roller to third, is still at first. And with 2 down, Nick Markakis, the single in the first inning, 1 for 4 in the ball game for Nick. A real grinded out game. Orioles 8-9-0, Indians 6-10-2. Short lead at first base, and Markakis will take the pitch, the 96-mile-an-hour fastball, for a strike. Outfield very deep. BOURN way back in center. 0-1 pitch and a chopper to second base. Aviles over, hustles the throw, and a nice play. To record the out, no runs, leadoff single, and 1 left on base. We go to the 9th inning. Ball game is tied. That's right, sir. 1 more inning. Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer here at Camden Yards, and great opener. Not necessarily the style of baseball that's been played, but the tension of it's there as we go to the ninth.
Yeah, so Zach, he kind of got a tune-up inning on Monday. Orioles with a 9-2 lead. Darren O'Day also pitched in that game, and he was pretty much all over the place, which, if you look at those numbers, that doesn't happen very often. So a sinker ball guy, 93 to 96, has a changeup and a slider, doesn't throw them very much. And it really doesn't matter if you're righty or lefty. And because of the Chisenhall pinch hit home run off day, I would imagine, I think Zach now has the lowest ERA in the American League. Let's see if that holds up.
Carlos Santana will lead it off. Bottom third, Murphy and Avila schedule up. And the pitch, a fastball, a strike in the outside corner at 94. He has faced him before. Santana with the 3 for 8, 3 strikeouts. 1 for 3 in the ball game, a single and a run scored. Britton's pitch to him off the table on the outside part of the plate. And 0-2.
Yeah, off the table, the bottom just drops out. This is, wow, straight down at 95. That's all they worked on in spring training. How can you throw that pitch? Bread and butter.
0-2. Britton's delivery to him, and that will
come on,
be close,
Joe.
but not quite. 1-2.
That's a strike, but Joe doesn't call too many low strikes. This will get the rectangle. And then some.
1-2. And a swing and a miss, and Britton's got a K.
Yeah, so you pitch Monday and you're up in the zone, and tonight you're doing what you've done all year. And the ball is diving. A lot of late movement. Throw it for the middle of the plate. It's not going to go there. Not with all that movement.
Last 3 hitters have struck out for the Indians. 1 down in the 9th inning. David Murphy coming up. He's got an 0 for 3. Did pick up an RBI ground ball out in the 7th inning. We're in the 9th, and the ball game tied at 6. Breaking ball will miss outside. Starting pitchers in the game: Chen, 5 runs, 8 hits, 6 2/3. Masterson, 5 on 8 hits, 5 2/3. And the bullpens have taken over. 1-0 delivery, and that's right there for a strike.
I mean, I don't know if he has to mess around with a breaking ball, and I think that's another message from Dave Wallace and Oriole pitching coach and bullpen coach Don Cheedy. Sinker is that good. As long as it's sinking, and as long as you located it down in the zone, it'll take care of itself. That one misses. You can see the sink.
Murphy's got a 0 for 2. Lifetime off Zach Britton. Each team has used the home run ball, Flaherty, for 3 RBIs for the Orioles. RABURN and Chisenhall solo home runs for the Indians. And there's another one he's over the top of.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're looking for it, and I'm sure he was, 2-1, hitters count. Watch this ball go down.
Murphy came in 220 off the lefties, and Clevenger's going to make his way up. By the way, with Matt Wieters continuing out on the DL with this game now, the backup catchers have now caught as many games as Wieters has caught this year. This is the 22nd game that a backup catcher has caught for the Orioles, and Matt caught 22 before going on the DL.
Yeah, they really miss his bat. 300 hitter, 5 home runs, 18 RBIs, and then the rest of the package.
2 ball, 2 strike delivery, and got him. 2 Ks.
Well, so Britton, Clevenger comes out. I don't know if he called for a fastball and Zach wanted to throw the breaking ball, but it's a good one. Look at this one.
No, the Oriole pitchers side was struck out in the 8th inning. Chisenhall, however, had a home run in there, and now 2 strikeouts here in the 9th inning.
Oh, really good high ball pull hitter here. Just keep the ball down, and they throw him a breaking ball.
Avila's 2 for 7 off Britton. 2 down, nobody on in the 9th. Britton trying to put the Orioles in the dugout, and Machado, Jones, and Davis due up. Zach's delivery to him, and that'll be another blazer down low at 95.
This is unbelievable. Scouts would come in when Jim Johnson was throwing 95, 96. They said, a human being can't make the ball sink like that at that velocity. Well, Zach Britton can. At least the Orioles hope that.
1-1 delivery and a swing, and maybe foul tipped it, but it's a strike, 1-2. Will not forget Zach Britton coming on in spring training against Philadelphia early on, sitting up in the Ed Smith Stadium press box, watching him strike out 3 Phillies, going, who is that? 1-2 delivery, and that'll be popped up. Clevenger with the mask off coming over, and he'll put it away. So Britton comes on, he retires the side in order. Take those seat belts, buckle them up, pull them a little bit tighter, because the Orioles are going to have the middle of the order coming up. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 6-6. Let's see, gentlemen, what happens here as the Orioles with a chance to win it. Britton retiring the side in order. In the top of the 9th, 18,894, 18,894. The tick sold for this first of 4 against the Indians, and seeing a heck of a ball game. Justin Sellers has come on to play at short as ASDRUBAL CABRERA out of the ball game. Here is Manny Machado. Reached on an error last time up in the 7th inning when they committed back-to-back errors, and the Orioles would end up with an unearned run. There's only been that one unearned run in the ball game, despite all the miscues and misplays. Machado's got a base hit in the game, and he'll take the pitch up high.
Yeah, Cody Allen, I mean, he can pitch. He did get a blown save. That was the one, the home run by J.D. Martinez. That was on Monday. There is a walk-off home run by Aaron Hicks of the Twins. But again, power arm.
1-1 delivery. Machado had to go down to get it. Pops it up to right. Murphy is there, and there's one away.
Yeah, that's a big-time breaking ball right there.
So 1 down in the bottom of the 9th inning. And that will bring up Adam Jones. Cleveland spreading their scoring out in the game. 1 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, a couple in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. The Orioles bunched them together. 5 in the 6th inning. Another one added in the 7th. Adam Jones. And the pitch outside. Did he go? They checked no. Marty Foster at first base. Jones a double in the 6th inning. in the eye of the beholder is the check swing.
And the guy that matters, Mr. Foster down at first.
1-0 delivery. Jones fouls it back.
Yeah, a lot of movement too from Cody Allen, and there's the pitch that J.D. Martinez hit, strong right-handed hitter for the Tigers, was a fastball up. And hard to get on. I mean, late life. You got one riding and you got one going down. That's that hard breaking ball.
Adam Jones, 1 ball, 1 strike count. Cody's delivery to him, and chased one he didn't want to, but he was halfway through the swing.
Yeah, you just don't pick it up, and if you don't pick it up, this is the kind of swings you get. It was kind of the David Murphy swing on the slider from Britain, but that was for strike 3. Adam still has another strike to play with.
1 ball, 2 strike delivery to him, and that's up the middle, a base hit. Come right back after a swing you wish you hadn't taken and deliver a single.
Well, you know, you talked about Jim Presley saying, why don't they throw them the same pitch? Well, he does, except he doesn't make as good a pitch. So again, the slider down and away gets the swing and the miss, the one that stays in the middle of the plate. And this is also about adjustment. We always talk about the game being a game of adjustment. You let the ball travel a little bit. You try to use the whole field with 2 strikes, and that's why Adam has hit .285 the last 2 years, average coming up dramatically because of that ability.
So now the fans move to the front of their seats as Chris Davis stands in. 1 down, 9th inning. Davis walked intentionally his last time up, 0 for 3. Flied out twice and struck out. Shift on in the infield. Allen's delivery to him is a check swing foul ball.
Okay, this guy's got the stuff to be able to pitch that Kansas City and the Tigers did against Chris. Now, it just come off the disabled list, but that is to run the ball up and in. So you can see the power zone is pretty much out in the middle of the plate. That's where all the 3 home runs were in Pittsburgh. That's where the base hit was. So the guys that have the big arms and can command the inside part of the plate, pretty tough to handle. So they go hard in and then soft away.
Yet another one who's had Tommy John surgery before he ever got to the majors. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to get away, and that'll move the runner down to second. Turn is made.
Yeah, now who are you going to pitch to?
Wild pitch charged, and Jones goes to second with 1 out. So Allen gives the Orioles a better chance.
And this almost gets Chris Davis in the ankle, or maybe both of them thrown hard enough, and then Mickey Callaway's coming out on this wild pitch.
Second wild pitch by Allen this season. It's a 1-1 count to Davis. Cruz behind him. 3 for 10 and a 1 for 4 in this one. So the decision made. Let's see what it is. They'll stay in the shift here.
Well, they stay on the shift. Adams going to steal third.
Yeah.
I mean, they won't go too much. I mean, the one thing, and
going to give him a big lead.
Yeah, they're making him. Otherwise, he's going to walk into third. And then you got Santana. It's going to try to field the ball and also look at Adam Jones.
Davis will take the pitch inside.
No, this is pretty much, I think, either make my pitch or you'll take your chances with Cruz.
A 2-ball, 1 strike count.
Who is now tied for the American League lead in RBIs.
Crush Davis. Jones really being held close now at second base. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Davis will foul it back, and a big cut, 2-2.
Yeah, that's the kind of breaking ball that even if you hit, you're probably going to hit it into the shift.
Now to about a couple of injuries. Prince Fielder out for the season. Ryan Braun's left the ball game tonight, just getting back into play for them. And again, it's that right side tightness.
The oblique.
Yep. Jones coming off second base. Orioles looking for a game-winning RBI from Davis. Long look by Allen in the 2-2 delivery. And a swing and a miss and a tag put on by Gomes. 2 down.
Yeah, up and in, and then soft. Now this one doesn't go away, but it's a really good breaking ball. You think it's going to stay up, and it doesn't. And then nice play by Yan Gomes behind the plate. The ball easily could have gotten by him.
Cody Allen gets a strikeout. They're going to put the intentional pass on here with Clevenger due up next. So at first base open, Cruz won't get the chance. Cruz came up after a Davis intentional pass in the 7th inning and had an RBI and a sac fly. This time he's the one who's going to get the pass, and Clevenger will get another chance. There is ball 3. Orioles trying to win it here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Each team now has 10 hits in the game and 6 runs. Cruz goes down with the intentional pass. That's the 3rd he has picked up this year. Leads the Orioles in that department. And here is Clevenger. He's got a couple of go-ahead RBIs this season. Picked up a base hit in this ball game for an RBI in the 6th inning, a single, and would score in the inning as well. He's also had a walk hit into a double play and grounded out.
Yeah, only his 2nd hit with runners in scoring position. That was a ground ball back up the middle.
So the game on the line, bottom of the 9th, 2 away. Jones, the one that matters. The runner at second base. Shortstop Sellers will be the one trying to hold him tight. Swings over the top of it. Strike 1. Zepchinski worked 2/3 of an inning, giving up a hit, had a strikeout before Allen came on in relief. Here's the 0-1. Clevenger takes it soft and in.
Yeah. That was probably a more hittable breaking ball than the first one. Stayed up a little bit, but fooled on it. And now he's got, toughest thing to do in baseball, try to hit with 2 strikes. League average about 185 last year. Got to cover everything. Up, down, soft, hard.
0-2 delivery on the way, and he's gone. And we're staying. So the strikeout by Cody Allen, he's got a couple. And the Orioles come back home and give you some free baseball. We go to the 10th, 6-6. The Indians 6-10-0 for the Orioles. Ryan Raburn of Cleveland, solo home run in the 2nd, got them on the board. Ryan Flaherty, the Orioles 3-run homer, came in the 6th for him, his first of the year. Wei-Yin Chen, the Orioles starter, 5 runs, 8 hits, 6 2/3, no walks, and a strikeout. 2 starters, he and Justin Masterson indeed in the ball game. And the Orioles look to continue a streak, 4-0. in extra inning ball games.
Yeah, very sloppily played game. Whoever wins this game, they'll be happy and they'll rejoice, and the loser will say a game of lost opportunities.
Now the Indians are playing back-to-back extra inning games. They went 13 in their win over Detroit yesterday, and that's taken for a strike. Brian Mattis remains on the mound. He came on in the 8th, and Zach Britton came on in the 9th and got the 3 outs. Now BOURN, who's had a couple of hits, 2 for 4 in the ball game, and a 1-ball 1-strike count. So Zach working his second. And that pitch at the knees is in there for a strike.
Yeah, Michael Bourn just hoped John Axford, who started the year as their closer, getting loose. Bourn was hoping that ball was going to be called low.
And Webb for the Orioles, moving about in the pen, breaking ball up high. Bourn a 1 for 5 against the Orioles lefty. Continued his hit streak to 4 in the ball game tonight with the 2 hits. Here's the 2-2 delivery to him, and the count will go full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah. The Indians in that 13-inning ball game yesterday, they played for 5 hours and 16 minutes in that game, and of course Josh Tomlin, who was supposed to start tonight, ended up finishing the game, recording 6 outs and got the win in it. And here they go again.
Yeah, and Bourn a couple of nice takes. A breaking ball to get to the second ball, and then took a sinker at the knees.
And that's going to be a base hit. So Bourn is on a 3-hit ball game. This one to start the 10th inning.
Yeah, pretty very important. We talk about it all the time, but the only reason that he gets the ball up is because Brickman went 3-2. That's something you got to think about as a young pitcher. There, didn't want to walk him, gets one up, and it becomes hittable. Gets away from his strength.
This will be the first at bat for Justin Sellers, hitting in the number 2 spot and playing at shortstop. He was called up April 10 and again on May 20 from their AAA team in Columbus. They're looking for the bunt. Manny Machado has already moved way in at third. I mean way in. Drops it down to first, or tried to, and fouls it off for a strike.
It's like these guys have never bunted before. I mean, the bat position there was behind home plate. It's great if you want to bunt it foul.
Ryan Flaherty checking on coverage here. Manny Machado staying very close. 0-1 count. And the throw over with Bourn not very far off the bag.
Well, he hasn't stolen a lot of bases this year, but he has good speed. We saw that when he scored on Brantley's triple inside the first base bag.
Sellers, the 28-year-old, acquired from the Dodgers. Here's the 0-1 delivery. He bunts it, and a good one. Davis will have to play it to first. Flaherty's there. It is a sacrifice, and it moves Bourn down to second base with 1 out. Brantley will be coming to the plate. Brantley in the ball game has had a triple and an RBI, 1 for 4.
And do you pitch to him?
That we're going to find out.
Well, you got Chisenhall on deck, and he doesn't hit against lefties. You got a guy that's a ground ball pitcher on the mound. I mean, Chisenhall, I mean, he's 2 for 4, but he only has 4 at bats, and he's hitting .362 against right-handers. Now Brantley's hitting .296 against lefties.
And the delivery to him will be taken for a strike. Brantley, 8-game hit streak coming in. Hitting at .301. Good speed out there at second base, and Bourn here in the 10th inning. And Britton's going to tie the shoelace. Gilmet in the bullpen. Mr. Gilmet for the Orioles on the call up today. Both these bullpens taxed pretty good. The Orioles were very fortunate. What Brad Brock did last night in the 4 innings worked out of the bullpen in Pittsburgh. 0-1 delivery and a chopper. This is going to go to second. Flaherty gets the big hop and will record the out. Bourne will move up, but there are 2 down.
Yeah, really nice play. Very quick catch and release.
So Lonnie Chisenhall comes up. He's the reason we're still here in the 8th inning with the pinch hit home run. I used to like you, but now not so much. 2 home runs on the season.
And he had a pretty good pitch. Breaking ball outside third of the plate, just went down and smoked it to right. High fly ball.
Runner on at third base, 2 away. Chisenhall will take the pitch, and it's going to be inside for a ball. Chisenhall, along with all his big numbers, not particularly strong with runners in scoring position, hitting at 222. That's about the only negative number he's put up.
Well, they use him right. And again, only 4 bats against lefties.
Wow. Didn't make it to the seats, fortunately, off the facade down there. 1-1.
And you could see, I mean, he just had, we saw this with off of Darren O'Day, who tried, he got ahead of him, tried to go up the ladder, fouled some pitches off. Obviously seeing the ball well. He would like to get another strike and then pitch out of the zone. See if he can get himself out.
Britton with the runner off third base. Here's the 1-1 delivery to him, and that's down low. Clevenger bluffs Bourne back to third, and the count will go to 2-1. Shen, Mattis, O'Day, and Zach Britton for the Orioles. Masterson, Lowe, Zepchinski, and Allen for the Indians on the mound. 2-1 delivery, and up the middle, knocked down. Play to be made at first by Britton, and that'll do it. Save the run by playing his position. So the Indians, no runs on 1 hit, no errors. They leave a runner at third. We go to the bottom half of the 10th inning, and the D of Britton right here. They've saved the ball game. Inning. Britton getting the job done. Couple of innings, picking up a couple of strikeouts and only 1 base hit off him. Now the Orioles need 1 to win it.
Yeah, John Axford comes on. He was a closer. In fact, he has 9 saves early on for Cleveland, and then a couple blown saves, and they've gone in other directions. You know, you go back a couple of years ago, 46 saves for the Brewers, then 35 last year. Brewers then traded to the Cardinals, actually pitched in the World Series. No saves at all. So again, pretty good numbers. Righties struggle. Has a great, great fastball. I mean, really good stuff. And the Orioles are going to try to have to solve that here in the 10th.
Orioles against Axford. They have Hardy, Flaherty, and Pierce will be due up. As Axford out of Simcoe, Ontario, Canada, will get a shot here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Out of the ball game was Cody Allen. He worked an inning and 2/3 effectively, gave up a hit, had a couple of strikeouts, one intentional pass, and a wild pitch. And J.J. Hardy. Hardy a base hit in the 8th inning to lead it off. He was stranded. He's had 2 hits in the game and hit by a pitch and grounded out.
Yeah, only 3 Orioles have at bats against John Axford. Clemenger's 3 for 3. Pierce 2 for 3. Young 1 for 3.
And the fastball will be taken for a strike. 0-1 to Hardy. J.J. hitting at 289 now, ever creeping the average up. It's been a good month of May for him, hitting over 312 now for the month. 0-1 delivery by Axford, and he'll take the pitch for a strike. And a couple of the Indians players, pitchers who have those socks showing, as it used to be for every player. Here's the 0-2 delivery. Buck was kidding about that the other day a bit. When the Orioles wore the throwback uniforms to the Negro Leagues, they had to wear the stirrups. And Buck said most of the players didn't know how to put them on because nobody wears them anymore. Most of the players now have their pant legs that go down over their shoe. Adam Jones doesn't. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Delivery on the way, and reach for and foul back on the off-speed delivery.
Yeah, J.J. Hardy. In fact, it looks like everybody on the bench. It would be a nice time for J.J. to hit his first home run of the year. 25 of them last year, 22 the year before, 30 in his first year as an Oriole. And that hanger just hung a little bit too high.
1-2 count still on Hardy. Axford's delivery to him, and a breaking ball that's going to bounce.
Yeah, you're one middle inside fastball away from losing this game to J.J. Hardy when he's on his game.
58 games for J.J. without a home run. 2 ball, 2 strike count. And Hardy will foul that off the top of the mask of Gomes to hold the count at 2-2.
Yeah, a little better fastball there at 95, and a little bit of a hop on him.
Interested fans. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Axford's delivery to him, and he got him on the high swing. So the strikeout is the first out here in the 10th.
Yeah, he strikes out, 20th strikeout of the year. Now he's also walked 17, and that's probably in 17 and 18 in the 3rd inning. Now make it 18 and 2/3 innings. So the walks have gotten him in trouble. Batting average very low at .217. 9 out of 11 save opportunities. Not that this is a save opportunity tie ball game.
Flaherty comes on, has had a big ball game. Ryan a double, hit by a pitch, 3-run homer, and has struck out. And he will take the pitch, holds up on it for a ball. An offensive night for Ryan Flaherty, getting the start at second base. That's the ball that he hit for a home run. The young fan out there caught it and has stayed on to the ball game. And Flaherty will take it up high. Chris Sale is back for the White Sox. He pitched against the Yankees tonight, coming off the DL. Retired the first 17 Yankees. 6 innings pitched, struck out 10. White Sox lead the Yankees 2-0 in the 8th inning. So Sale is back for the White Sox. 2-0 delivery, and Flaherty will pop it up foul. No play. Goes to 2-1. Steve Pearce waiting on deck. One advantage in this that the Indians have, of course, they had a day game yesterday. Even though they played 13 innings, they got here well ahead of the Orioles. The Oriole players didn't get back home until 3 or after this morning. 2-1 strike count. Axford's delivery in the air. Long run. Brantley over. He's got it, and there are 2 down in the 10th. 2 away bases empty, and Steve Pearce. Pearce came on to pinch hit for David Lowe in the 8th inning and popped out. Stayed on to play in left field.
So the 2 for 3 off of John Axford. They've seen each other a little bit, National League guys.
Pearce has had a good month, hitting .310 in May. He's had 3 home runs this month. Axford's pitched to him, and that's in there for a strike. Steve has had about half the at-bats of the regulars for the month of May. Now that Chris Davis is back, all those at-bats in consecutive games he started in, of course, are gone. Here's the 0-1, and that will miss down low. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Pearce. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Pearce waiting on it, gets a base hit. So the Orioles get the potential winning run on. There are 2 down here in the 10th inning on the single by Pearce.
Yeah, a little hanging slider. I mean, Axford's just not a fastball pitcher. He has a curveball. He's got a slider. And this one, look at it, just stay in the middle of the plate, so it gets hit hard. He doesn't elevate it, so it's only a base hit, but certainly a pitch that could have been extra bases or a possible home run.
Nick Markakis, a base hit his first time up. Since then, 0 for 4. Couple of ground ball outs, line out, and a strikeout. Nick now at .290 on the year. 2 down. Short lead at first for Pearce. And Axford's pitch to him is up high for a ball.
Boy, are they deep in the outfield, which is the way they should be playing.
Got to cut the double off if you can in a gap. Try and prevent a run from scoring.
Yeah, you get the feeling though that if he throws a breaking ball somewhere down in the middle of the plate, Nick may hit one up the gap in right center. And Pearce runs well for a home run hitter.
And that's going to be up high. He falls behind 2-0. Oh, Markakis gets it to the hitter's count.
Well, the great thing about being a base runner at first with 2 outs is you're going on contact. So if a ball is hit in the corner or in the alley, you're going to make a mad dash to you and pick up your third base coach.
Axford will look over to Pearce. And the 2-0 delivery, and Markakis takes it for a strike. While a lot of the Oriole hitters have had better numbers on the road than at home, Nick Markakis can't divide it up much more evenly coming into the game. 291 here at Camden Yards, 294 on the road. Both of his home runs have been hit here in this ballpark. 2-1 count from Axford. He'll take it. It's there.
Yeah, it's almost like he was. I mean, the first fastball was up and in, and it looked like he was sitting on a breaking ball. So Axford pitching him a little differently than what Nick saw to the other hitters.
Swisher holding the bag at first. Two count. And Markakis is gone. So a couple of strikeouts for Axford. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. 11th inning here at Camden Yards, 6-6. And here's what they have done. Brian Mattis with a 2/3 no-run hit and a K. Darren O'Day 2/3 run a hit and a couple of strikeouts. And Zach Britton 2 solid innings, no runs, 1 hit and 2 strikeouts. And now just called back today, Preston Guillemette comes on to face his former team.
Yeah, big overhand delivery, fastball around 90-91, a little slider, and then he's got the split-fingered fastball that acts as his changeup. So you can see he doesn't walk a lot of guys, strikes out a lot of people, throws a lot of strikes. And the minor league numbers for the Indies, or at least in their organization, overwhelming. And that's why Buck Showalter says, why did they let him go? Well, he's not overpowering. But who cares if he gets people out? And we'll see if he's able to do that tonight.
So we go to the Cleveland press guide to find the Orioles reliever. Preston Guillemette, 26-year-old last year with the Indians, mostly in the minors. He played 4 games at the big club as a reliever, only 5 1/3 innings. And those 5 1/3 were the only major league innings he had worked coming into this season. Here is Nick Swisher, who will lead it off. Swisher, a base hit. He is 1 for 4. And he will take the pitch, and it is in there for a strike.
No, there's your fastball to hit at 89, and he just took it. Of the 3 pitches, the changeup was very effective. And there's another one right there.
He made his debut with the Orioles May 12 against the Tigers. He worked an inning and a third and had a couple of strikeouts. He came up that day from Norfolk. Now the Orioles will go to the full shift in the infield with a 2-strike count. Top half of the 11th inning. And that's right there. I mean, in the 12.
Oh, Nick. Well, Mark Akers took a couple of fastballs down the middle, looking breaking ball, and that's just 3. I mean, look at them. 1, 2, 3 on our pitch chart.
So there's the first out of the 11th. Yan Gomes coming up. He's had a couple of base hits, 2 for 4 in the ball game, hitting at .284 in the year, doing the catching. And started to crank it up, and will take the pitch up high for a ball. Guillemette with a 1-0 count. Swisher still looking out there. And that pitch is taken for a strike. 1-1. The old argument about who has the advantage, if anybody, when you have a former teammate of recent vintage working against you. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and that pitch is there for a strike. 1-2.
Well, the guy that makes the good pitches, and I mean, these are 2 fastballs outside third of the plate, maybe quarter.
You see that? You saw what Swisher was doing in the dugout, moving his body a bit. What he was doing was imitating Guillemette. Guillemette's got that little hesitation kick just before he comes over the top that apparently was bothering Swisher, who watched those 3 pitches go by. Here's the 2-2. It's a little hitch. Down to third, Manny Machado in the short hop. Not an easy play. Charging was Gomes, and he gets the out.
Well, that's textbook, because the ball stayed down, and so did he. So easy if you don't stay below the hop, let the ball go through your legs or by you.
More bullpen action. Josh Outman. The way this game is going, we're going to have some more call-ups tomorrow, as the bullpen stressed for Cleveland particularly, and not quite so much for the Orioles. But Tommy Hunter, of course, got put on the DL today. That's why Guillemette came up. Gets it in there for a strike. 2 down, nobody on. Carlos Santana in the 11th. Santana base hit, run scored. He came back in the 7th inning. He is flied out, grounded out, struck out.
Well, certainly a guy with power. 20, 18, 27 home runs. And if you talk to people, maybe trying to do it again by pulling everything.
That'll go into the shift. Flaherty's out there in right field. And a nice outing by Gilmedi comes on and retires the side in order. So the Orioles will try and get it done. Middle of the order coming up in the 11th. Baseball being played with a little free stuff going on here. 6-6, 6 hits, 6 runs, 11 hits for each ball club. And the Orioles will try and wrap it up here in the bottom of the 11th inning. To the bullpen they go. Josh Outman.
Yeah, look at the numbers. We saw him when he pitched for Oakland last year with Colorado. They acquired him in December. So another guy that's pitched well. It doesn't, well, maybe the walks are high, but only the 1 home run. And so I guess if you're thinking going to win it with a home run, go ahead. Maybe he's due. Part of the lineup coming up.
Outman, the left-hander's $179, right-hander's $296. The home run he has given up to a right-hander. Manny Machado will lead it off against him.
Well, Tommy John, I mean, it seems like almost everybody in our press guides.
You can't pitch if you haven't had Tommy John.
2009.
It's a requirement.
Yeah, missed the entire 2010 season. And then started for the A's in the next year. Also out of the bullpen. A good changeup.
And Manny fouls it off. We were talking about guys wearing stirrups.
Yeah.
Those are real stirrups, Jim, I think.
Oh, they are.
They're not painted on. They're not. Those are the real deal with the Sannies on underneath them. We don't see that. I don't know if I've seen that for a long time, and you can see why. No, I didn't mean that. It's a great look. It's baseball. Are there even Sannies in the clubhouse anymore?
Well, apparently so, but I mean, not regularly.
There used to be a pile of them in every.
Well, they were thin, and really, I mean, they were very thin. You'd usually double up because then you keep from getting blisters. I mean, and I know we joke around this. Frank Robinson could, 586 home runs, but he wore 3 pairs because he wanted his legs to look bigger.
Yeah. Sanitary socks, what we're talking about, is the white you wear under the stirrups, down the line and foul. And there's a whole method to putting them on. If John Wooden, the great UCLA basketball coach, used to teach his players how to put socks on properly because you get blisters if you didn't. Putting a Sanny on, you got to know how to do it because you got to do some folding of the pant leg in order to keep it up.
Well, that's why you'll see see how his pants right above the blue are bunched because you either have a rubber band or you have elastic in your actually outer sock. And of course, you can sometimes pull these up because they're elasticized, or you can put extensions on them.
Love it. Here's the 0-2 delivery, and that'll be taken away. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Manny Machado, Jones, and Davis. Schedule up for the Orioles here in the 11th inning. This ball game tied. Last run scored in the 8th. Chisenhall's home run that tied the ball game up. 1-2 pitch inside out the other way, foul.
Yeah, there's a changeup. Good movement from Josh Outman.
Barry Francona's seen this for 2 nights in a row. But Showalter saw it in a different way last night with those long first 2 innings that were played. And the last 2 ball games for each of these teams has been extended in its own right. Fouled off. Outman out of St. Louis, Colorado last year, 61 games with that 3-0 record. Worked only 54 innings in those ball games.
Well, you can see he's not overpowering at 88, so he's cutting it in. That was a ball he just ripped foul. Mainly because if he didn't, he would have broken his bat. So the position of the ball was perfect. And then he's got the 2-seamer running away and the changeup about maybe 8 miles per hour to back it up.
And the 1-2 pitch will be way outside.
It's almost like a purpose pitch right there to either set the breaking ball up or maybe come back with a changeup.
Outman with a 2-2. Orioles got base runner on with 2 down in the 10th. They could not move him around. Now Manny trying to get on to lead off this part of the inning.
Well, his great strength, and we saw it on his way to 51 doubles, is to use the whole ballpark. And right there, I mean, you know, if that ball is more on the plate, it's a double into the corner. And you'd think this would be a changeup trying to get him out on his front foot, but if it's up, it becomes very hittable because he's a very good high ball hitter.
2-2 delivery on the way. Manny will go down swinging on a nasty pitch in the dirt back inside.
So in and out, away, and then that hard slider. Really good bite. Kind of like a Sparky Lyle won the Cy Young Award for the Yankees in 1977 as a relief pitcher.
The Indians pitchers have recorded, 9, I believe. 9 strikeouts. And the Oriole pitchers have 7. Here's Adam Jones. Adams had a double, a run scored, base hit in the 9th inning, left stranded. And he will take the pitch outside for a ball. 1-0 count. Right back here with you tomorrow night as game 2 of this series. We'll see if either team has to make more changes as far as pitchers are concerned, depending on where this goes.
And Adam Jones, as hot as he is, we talked about what he came into, I think, the game Monday hitting last night, 467. He's hitting over 200 points higher against lefties and righties this year.
Little breeze blowing out to left. One-0 delivery on the way. Adam has been the leading hitter against left-handers in the American League for the last 2 weeks. And in fact, it's the leading average in the majors against left-handers. A significant increase. And right now, what he'd like to do is put this ball game away.
Without trying to. Just put a good, nice little solid swing.
2-0 delivery to him, and that will be outside.
This is almost like a pitch around. Chris Davis came in hitting 270 against lefties right behind him, but only 1 home run, 267 against right-handers. So, I mean, this is, I'm either going to make my pitch, which he hasn't, or he gets to go to first.
3-0 count. Taken all the way for a strike on the outside corner. So Adam with a 3-ball 1 strike count. Now he will look for one to hit and try and stay away from those pitches outside while Davis waits on deck. Jones, the walks, of course, have been few, 5. And there's the pitch they always throw to him, and that's the one that's away, 3-2.
So he goes 3-0 and then makes 2 perfect pitches outside corner. And just turned it over. A lot of movement from Mr. Outman. Josh cutting it, turning it over.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 down. Jones will foul it off. Got himself on that.
And there's the cutter. That was the strikeout of Machado, and he hit it right down on his foot. You can just see him pull and cut the ball, hold it off the side. You just get, when you throw your fastballs, you're usually in the middle of the ball, back spinning it or side spinning it. But the cutter, you hold it a little bit off center and then just pull, and you get the cut action.
And on those pitches, foul balls tend to go off your leg. Here's the 3-2 delivery again. And Jones up the middle's got a base hit. So Adam is on with a 1-out single. That's a 3-hit ball game now. 2 singles and a double for the Orioles center fielder. And again, he gets a chance to be the potential winning run.
Yeah, his last 2 have come with 2 strikes. So it's about plate coverage. Of course, Josh Outman could take a deep breath because it stayed in the ballpark.
So Chris Davis. Crush, we got another chance here. A couple of strikeouts, intentional walk, 2 fly ball outs. So he's had the 0 for 4 officially in the ball game. The shift put on against him, and the outfield, of course, very deep. 1 down. Davis down to first base. Chance for 2. Swisher, Sellers, double play. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. It remains 6-6. Tonight, you think Jones, he got a double, but it should have been caught by BOURN in center field. Then Gomes, this one goes right through the middle on the Orioles. A couple of miscues there, no error charged, of course. Manny reaches, Cabrera error, Jones reaches, Santana error. And it's not so much that the errors have been piled up, it's just that the plays that should have been made haven't been. Ball thrown into right field. Right there, allowing Adam Jones to get down to second base on the Santana throw.
Yeah, 9 of the 12 runs tonight, either errors or misplays.
Amazing.
Sloppy game, but it is tied.
Orioles have had real good luck with extra inning ball games. 28-9 in extra inning games since 2012. 12-3 record in the regular season games of 12 or more innings. And we play to the 12th. Defensive changes there. Flaherty's gone from second to third. Manny Machado's out of the ball game. Jonathan Scope has come in to play at second base. You may have seen Buck Showalter went over and was talking with Manny Machado after his last at bat. Wonder whether or not he may have bruised himself a little bit. He took a foul ball off the foot because you wouldn't pull him out of here for any other reason. And the pitch is taken for a strike, 2-1.
And of course, the Indians don't really care about those numbers. Murphy yesterday tied it up, and with a 2-run home run off the closer, Joe Nathan.
Gilmet's pitch will be popped up. Flaherty a long run into foul territory, and will put it away.
Well, the wind swirling here as the game progresses.
So 1 down in the 12th. Gilmet working in his second inning of relief work. Mike Avila's coming up. Avila's RBI base hit in the 7th inning. He's got a 1 for 4 in the game. RABURN and Chisenhall solo shots for Cleveland. Orioles Flaherty 3-run homer. The long ball's in the game, and that one fouled straight back.
Yeah, you're not getting Mike Avila's taking pitches like Swisher did. He's going to be hacking.
For Cleveland, they are 2-1 in extra inning games this year. Fouled off. And Terry Francona talking about pitching. What they're going to do down there. What they didn't do is use the starter assigned to tomorrow's game tonight, TJ House. We told you they did have him available in the bullpen during the game, but as it's gone along, they've not chosen to use him. Now they still might. I mean, that's what happened in the ball game yesterday. Down to third base, fair ball. May have hit the top of the bag. Flaherty up and makes the out.
Yeah, nice play and nice throw, because you know, there's such a different angle from third base. That's why you take ground balls if you're a utility guy, second, third, shortstop, and of course Ryan Flaherty can also play the outfield. And you know, look at Gilmette's numbers, and you're going, yeah, I know they were in the minor leagues, but they're so good. 18 and 14, ERA a little over 2.5 runs a game. You get an idea that this kid knows how to pitch and not afraid to throw it over.
BOURN will take it up high. BOURN's had a 3-hit ball game. He has scored a run, 3 singles, 3 for 5. Came in hot, and he stayed that way. He's hitting at 280 on the year now. Gilmette's delivery to him, and that overhand pitch is in there for a strike.
Yeah, if they don't win, his biggest regret is just not running under that fly ball that Adam Jones hit. Would have been the second out. Next batter struck out. Masterson ends up giving up 5 runs, 3 of them on the Flaherty home run.
BOURN on the DL a bit already this season with the hamstring problem, and back on in the middle of March. Happy to have him back in the lineup and at the top of it. Here's the 1-2 delivery to him, and that ball in the air to left field. Pierce. Wind blowing it over. He's got it. Gilmette's retired all 6 that he has faced. We go to the bottom half of the 12th inning. Ball game at 6-6. Find that one more run as we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. Now, Manny Machado came out of the game. We don't know if this is the reason. This was a pitch that he fouled off his foot earlier in the game, and it hurt. He stayed in, but clearly in this ball game, you're not going to take him out of the game unless there's something wrong, and that may be the bruise he got there. Buck Showalter went over and talked to him after his last at bat.
Like it got him right on the instep.
Yep.
Get some ice on it.
So let's see if the Orioles can put it away. Here is Cruz.
Yeah, Outman not really cooperating. Did not throw too many pitches in the middle of the plate.
Infield shifted around, and Nelson will take the pitch in the dirt that gets away. He drew a walk, scored in the 6th inning, picked up a base hit, his first at bat in the ball game. He's had an RBI and a sac fly, drawn an intentional pass tonight. Everybody's had a lot of chances to be involved in this ball game at the plate and in the field. 1-0 delivery, and that pitch will be taken away. So the left-hander outside to him falls behind 2-0. Clevenger and then Hardy due up for the Orioles. 2-0 delivery. Cruz will take, and he's working around him here.
Yeah, it's amazing as you look at Josh Allen coming through the minor leagues. He pitched 155 1/3 innings his second year A-ball. 14 wins, 6 losses, gave up 5 home runs. I mean, he just usually it's all around the perimeters of the plate. There's one that's hittable.
Taking all the way that time was Cruz. He's trying to get on. And a 3-ball, 1-strike count. So here's one. If it's close, he's going to try and drive. 3-1 delivery, and it's not. So the Orioles get the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the 12th inning, as Nelson Cruz picks up the first walk from Oakland. And Clevenger coming to the plate. Santana at third base, already moving in. Play for the bunt. Let's see if it's on.
Yeah, Santana turned that double play with ease, yet he made the throwing error not even close to second base.
He does square back to the mound. They got to play at second base. Huffman goes there, gets it over to first, not in time. So the sacrifice not executed.
Nope, not at all. Well, he gets it down, but just bunts it too hard. Nice play by Josh Outman. A little sinker over to Sellers, the shortstop. And then you better run, because they're going to try to turn 2.
1 down. J.J. Hardy. Another chance at it. Hardy, RBI, base hit back in that 6th inning. He's had a couple of singles in the game, been hit by a pitch, struck out, grounded out. And he will take the pitch, which will miss for a ball. 12 hits for the Orioles and 11 on the board for the Indians.
Well, now 12 hits in the last 4 games for the Orioles.
1-0 count. Now Clevenger the runner at first, and that'll be outside for a ball. White Sox have gotten the win over the Yankees by a score of 3-2 with Sale coming off the DL to win it. He's 4-0. The 1 hit, no runs in 6 innings for him. Phelps worked 7 for the Yankees, 2 runs on 6 hits. 2-0 count. J.J. Hardy, and he'll ground it towards the hole. They get 1 there. Relay to first will not be in time. Santana got it over to Aviles for the force out. So a couple of fielder's choices here. Now 2 down and a runner at first. Just changing runners at first base here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Brian Flaherty, and a visit to the mound. Patton in the bullpen for the Orioles.
Yeah, I think this is just to give him a little time, because if Flaherty would happen to get on, they're going to get a right-hander up with Steve Pearce. And there's Mr. Slider. Orioles long history with Scott Atchison when he pitched with the Red Sox.
Ryan Flaherty has already played a big part in this ball game in the 6th inning when the Orioles got 5 runs on 4 hits. He delivered the long ball with 2 on. the home run that would put the Orioles on top for the moment, but could not hang on to that lead. And the Indians came back.
And then in the bottom of the inning, or the next inning, just came across the bag, got in front of J.J. Hardy on what looked like would be a double play ball, and the Indians would come right back and tie it up 5-5.
So Flaherty with a runner at first, 2 away in the 12th. And the delivery to him, and the pitch is up high for a ball. So with Manny Machado now out of the ball game and Jonathan Scope in. Young still available, Delman Young, and Caleb Joseph, the backup catcher. And that's going to be a strike on the inside part of the plate. That's the Orioles bench. One ball, one strike, 2 down. Trying to
swing
put
there,
it away. Leadoff walk in the inning with Cruz getting on, but the Orioles haven't been able to do anything with it. 2 down. And they've exchanged runners with the fielder's choice plays. Hardy now there at first base. There is Cruz, who was taken out on the force play. 1-2. That's what we needed. Throw over to first. One and 2, and Flaherty swings through it, and that's that. So Altman's got a couple of strikeouts. The Orioles, no runs, no hits with the base runner left on. It remains a 6-6 game. 13th coming up. Today by the Orioles, while the fans refresh, will stay out on the mound and work in his 3rd inning. We understand from Manny Machado it is a right groin stiffness which took him out of the ball game. So Guillemette working here. He'll have Sellers, Brantley, and Chisenhall due up for the Indians.
Yeah, he's trying to do a Brad Brock, who pitched last night 4 innings without giving up a run. Buck Showalter on the bullpen phone.
Orioles with Chen, Mattis, O'Day, Britton, and Guillemette having appeared in the ball game on the bump.
So he's faced the 6 hitters. Troy Patton been up and getting loose over the last couple of minutes, so he's certainly ready to come into the game.
Justin Sellers, sacrifice, came in the 10th. We go to the 13th inning. Last run scored in the 8th. Chisenhall home run that tied it up. The bullpens have since then shut down the opponent. That'll be a blooper to no man's land. Jonathan Scope goes back and hauls it in.
Yeah, the wind gusting a little bit, so you think it may be to your left, and then it comes back. Nice play for a big man, very rangy.
That'll bring Brantley up, but he is not going to face Guillemette. So Troy Patton, the left-hander, will come out of the bullpen for the Orioles here in the 13th inning. Good job by Guillemette. From the bullpen, just about all they've got. Here's Troy Patton.
Yeah, last pitch on Sunday and gave up a 3-run home run to Alex Gordon. So the lefty numbers obviously very good at 182, even though that home run was a 3-run home run. And then the righties got to do a little bit better job against them. First two guys in this inning, Brantley and then Chisenhall, both left-handers. Of course, Brantley hits lefties well. Chisenhall doesn't get to hit very often against him.
So not much left to choose from. I don't mean quality-wise, but number-wise. Webb on the right, Brock on the left.
And Webb got the loss last night, giving up the run. Brock pitched 4 innings.
Yeah.
So
you're saying there's nothing left, and you may be right. They may have to move a starter.
Well, no, I was actually thinking of which starter is going to go down.
Yeah. Here is Brantley. Brantley's had a triple, an RBI, a run scored, 1 for 5 in the ball game, and he will take the pitch for a strike. .333 hitter in this ballpark with 1 home run in his career here at Camden Yards.
Yeah, Troy Patton said after that game on Sunday he just could not find the strike zone.
Found it here in the first pitch, and on the second that'll be a base hit. So Brantley picks up the single with 1 away here in the 13th. His second hit of the ball game. And now the power spot in this lineup, which has been the DH. 2 of them. RABURN, who started a home run, and Chisenhall, who pinch hit for him a home run. Their DHs, like the Orioles, have put up great numbers as far as providing some runs here. And see what happens with this one. The Orioles will set for a double play and to squeeze the middle on Chisenhall, and he pops it up. That's going to be played by Scope and a base hit. Wow. So he bunts it all the way over Chris Davis's head for a bunt single.
And I think he does it on purpose. I mean, this was not. I mean, this was actually kind of, they call it the butcher boy, where you're almost trying to swing. I mean, this is just try to bunt it into right field. Schultz makes a nice play, but Chisenhall runs well.
That's handling the bat.
Yeah,
right
really. I can't tell you the last time I ever saw that.
Not easy to do.
I mean, you turn it around in the National League, you get pitchers with the infielder coming in where they'll just choke up and actually swing. But that was a bunt swing.
So now with 1 away, 2 on, potential go ahead at second, and here's Nick Swisher. He's had a base hit. A 1 for 5.
Well, they certainly don't play him to bunt. Everybody back.
And the pitch up high. So far in this ball game, there are the numbers. The Orioles 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and the Indians with a 1 for 6. And now another chance. Swisher. 1-0 count. Patton's delivery, and that will be away, maybe up a little bit. The count goes to 2-0.
Yeah, Swisher did not have a sacrifice last year playing for the Indians with 549 at bats. One with the Yankees in the previous 2 years, and years before that 3-3, 1-1, and then 2. So
Swisher's got a 2 for 6 off Patton. 2-0 count, and inside. Count goes to 3-0. Yan Gomes waiting on deck. 13th inning, tie ball game.
Yeah, Brantley had a good slider. That's what he does. Chisenhall did something you'd hardly ever see. Not the conventional swinging bunt.
3-0 delivery is there. It's taken.
Well, this is where you just have to, he's got movement on his fastball, so you just hope that maybe Swisher's going to overswing. You make a good pitch. Got to throw it a little bit more for the middle of the plate because of the count, and then you hope that he hits a double play ball. And he's trying to center a pitch.
Brantley gets a good lead at second base. Chisenhall at first, and a timeout asked for. It has been a grinded out ball game, and not done yet. 11 left on by the Orioles, only 4 for the Indians, and they've got 2 on here. 3-1 delivery on the way. Swisher takes, and they're loaded. And with only 1 away, a lot of ways to get that go-ahead run in as Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, will come to the mound. And if I'm correct here, and not necessarily so, that's the first walk that the Oriole pitchers have given up in this game. It comes in the 13th inning.
Well, they had a much better job of it this year, again trying to be aggressive early
against a team that draws a lot of walks. So the base is loaded, 1 out, and Yan Gomes coming up, 2 singles, a run scored. He's 2 for 5 in the ball game, and a chance for the Indians to get the lead, or for Patton to get that double play or some kind of an out that prevents that run from third from scoring. Let's see who wins this battle. There you see, men on third, less than 2 outs, scored 3 out of 12 for the Indians. Gomes 255 off the left-handers, about 30 points higher against right-handers. And the pitch to him, and that's going to be inside. So Patton 1-0.
Well, this is very much like the appearance in Kansas City on Sunday, and here we are on Thursday. So the command not what he wants, and then when you're not throwing the ball where you want, you have to throw it more in the middle of the plate, and that's exactly what Gomes wants.
That will be there in the inside corner for a strike.
Now, that was almost like, I think, I want to take this. Make him prove he can throw a strike.
Walk will get a run. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Gomes. Gomes 10 walks with 34 strikeouts. 1-1 delivery to him. He'll put it up in the air. That is not deep. Marquez, the runner's already tagging. It'll be caught by Nick. Runner's coming. Here's the throw. Runner's halfway. It's knocked down by Clevenger. The runner came halfway down the line, Brantley, and then changed his mind. And if that throw had been caught by Clevenger, cleanly, they might have had him at third.
Yeah, it would have been a tough angle for him. And again, if Scope's not in the way, Nick gets a little bit more on it. So it short hops him right here. And meanwhile, Brantley, who, as you can see, is shadow. So you're right about he almost ran himself out of the inning. I mean, an aggressive base runner, it's the play you need to make, except that he didn't tag up.
So he's back at third, and there are 2 down, and Patton's got a chance to get out of it. Carlos Santana, 1 for 5, a single and a run scored. Patton's pitch to him there for a strike. Keep in mind how the Indians won the ball game yesterday. 13 innings, a balk with the bases loaded. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and that pitch. Here's the balk, and it was obvious.
Yeah, it's a walk-off balk. Albuquerque's going to start his windup right there, and that's all you need. RABURN, RBI.
How's that for a celebration? Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way, and a swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
Well, you can tell Carlos Santana wasn't going for the soft single. So finally, Troy Patton gets ahead of the hitter.
Patton up 1 and 2, 2 down. Bases loaded. Game tied. 13th. By the way, that was the 13th walk-off balk in Major League history. Here's the 1-2 delivery and a ground ball to third. It is a fair ball. 1 run will score. Brantley Chisenhall going to second base with a double and 2 RBIs. Carlos Santana coming with 2 down, and the Indians have an 8-6 lead. Right over the bag.
Yeah, hitting 150 with runners in scoring position. And he gets a good pitch to hit with 2 strikes. A sinker that has too much of the plate right down the chute, and that allows him to pull it. You can see Ryan Flaherty playing where he should have been off the bag. Just figured that Patton would make a better pitch, and he doesn't.
So Santana with 15 RBIs on the year, struggling at the plate overall in the season, comes through here in the 13th inning with their 14th hit. And another big out at the plate here with 2 down. David Murphy. Murphy's not had a hit in the ball game in 5 at bats. And the Indians have Atchison ready to go in the bullpen in the bottom half of the inning. A 2-out, 2 RBI double. 0-1 count, 2 down. Murphy with a 220 off lefties. Just 100 points higher against righties. Takes the pitch, and it goes to 1-1. Runners off second and third, and again won't chase. 2 ball 1 strike count. Now the Indians regain the lead, having come back in the 8th inning to tie it up in the Chisenhall homer. Get 2 here in the 13th. The first run that's scored by either team since the 8th. And that's their first strike from Patton. 2-2.
Yeah, good strike outside corner.
Swisher now at third base. Santana's on at second. Patton with the 2-2. 3-2. Avila's waiting on deck.
Yeah, and it's almost you have to decide. You talked about it earlier. It came in leading the American League in runners in scoring position numbers. So you either got to make your pitches or put them on with first base open and take your chances with Avila's. You just cannot give up another 2 runs here.
3-2 delivery on the way, and he walked it.
And it's hard to tell because Troy Patton usually throws strikes that if he's really trying to pitch around him or he's just wild. I think it's just the fact he's not commanding the baseball.
So a big inning here in the 13th. started by the Brantley base hit. The RBIs coming with 2 down. Now bases loaded, and Mike Avila's coming up. Just one more to get out of the inning and get the Orioles back to the plate in the bottom half of the 13th. Patton's pitch foul back into the screen. Avila's an RBI base hit came in the 7th inning, distributing the RBIs as Brantley has had 1, Rayburn 1, Chisenhall 1. 1 picked up by Murphy, 1 picked up by Avilas, 2 by Santana. Oh, 1 and a step off by Patton. That hit quieted those who have remained here at Camden Yards. And a breaking ball is going to miss inside. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Patton ready with a 1-1. And Avilas goes towards the hole, handled by Flaherty. Force out at second, goes to Jonathan Scope, and that will do it. But here in the 13th inning, a couple of runs in, Santana, the big double, bottom of the 13th. Orioles down by 2. Now they've got to do it in the bottom of the 13th inning. And this Indians team down to a closer by committee. He's got Scott Atchison.
Yeah, 38-year-old right-hander. I mean, he's a survivor. Started all the way back in A-ball for Wisconsin with the Mariners back in 1999. Orioles certainly know. I mean, look at those numbers. Got a great breaking ball. Throws a lot of strikes. You know, last year elbow problems out of the, after he got traded from the Red Sox to the Mets. So still in 50 games last year, but kind of had to be on the DL a couple of times. So now with the Indians, and again, one of the better breaking balls. It just seems like whatever the count is, very comfortable throwing that pitch.
This is his first save chance of the year. He only has 1 major league save, and it was picked up in Boston back in 2010. And the pitch is going to be in there for a strike. So the Orioles need 2 to keep it going. Steve Pearce leading it off. They're in the bottom of the 13th. And the pitch will be up high on a 1-ball, 1 strike count. Nick Markakis and then Jonathan Scope will be due up for the Orioles.
They just need a base runner. Get the tying run to the plate.
39-year-old veteran pitcher will miss outside with it, and a 2-ball, 1 strike count.
Well, that's the slider, and 91, 92, hard slider, late breaking slider,
and he misses with that. So it's 3-1.
And you pitch to the scoreboard. You look. You got a 2-run lead. You Didn't want to go 3-1, so now you need to be more in the middle of the plate to make sure that Steve Pearce swings the bat.
3-1 delivery is high in the air to left field.
And the wind's going to knock that
will
down,
move over to center and put it away. So Pearce retired, one away.
Yeah, all you got to do is watch BP, and you realize they know what's coming, and they do exactly that. And because of the count, he had to throw a strike. It was down the middle of the plate. Good swing, but just got under it.
Altman's got a chance to be the winner in this ball game. He worked an inning, had 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. Patton, right now the pitcher of record for the Orioles. Here's Nick Markakis. Single in his first time up. This one in the air to right field. Hit hard and deep. Back of the wall. And goodbye. Home run. Nick Markakis makes it a 1-run ball game. The homer, a line shot. Just enough to get it up into the seats. And it is 8-7.
Well, there's the breaking ball, and this one stays up in the zone, and Nick, home run number 3.
All 3 hit here at Camden Yards this year for the Orioles right fielder.
Yeah, David Murphy just turns around because he knows he's not going to get to it, and then into the bleachers. So there's one. Take a look at this breaking ball. Perfectly situated to drive.
Ball hit in the air to center field by Jonathan Scope in his first at bat. BOURN is there to haul it in, and there are 2 down here in the 13th inning. But not done. Adam Jones coming up.
Yeah, you go from a rookie to a veteran. Murchison not even bothered by the home run. Comes right back to a rookie and throws him a strike.
Jones 2 for 6 off Atchison lifetime. He's had a big night. 3 hits, a double, 2 singles, a run scored. 3 for 6 in the ball game. Orioles down by 1. They've not lost an extra inning ball game this year. 4-0. They're 10-5 in 1-run games. And burns the fastball in and gets ahead of him. 0-1. Atchison with the 0-1. Outside corner strike.
Yeah, still got a pretty good heater at 93 for a 38-year-old right-hander. And then if you're hitting against him, in the back of your mind, the slide ball.
And the 0-2 pitch to Jones. That'll be down low.
And he certainly doesn't waste any time getting ready to pitch. Right back on the top of the rubber, looking for the sign.
1 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way. Terry Francona's team trying to win consecutive 13-inning ball games. With the victory they had against the Tigers yesterday, while Buck Showalter's team facing their first extra inning loss.
And Terry can't stand still.
2-0 delivery in the air to left field, and that is the ball game. Brantley goes over to get it. Nick Markakis a homer, a run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. And in 13, Cleveland comes away with a 1-run win, 8-7. Game 2 coming up tomorrow. Bud Norris will take the mound against TJ House. Our coverage will begin at 6:30 on Masson, with those extra presented by Geico, followed by our game action at 7. Tonight's telecast has been a Masson presentation. Tom and Rick with a lot to look back on. O's Extra, presented by PNC, is coming up right now. For Jim Palmer and all of our crew here at Camden Yards, I'm Gary Thorne. Adieu.